Good morning, I'm Regina Manyara and this is In the Headlines. Being the 20th of December, we wish you happy holidays. Now, the government is banking on science, innovation and technology to spur job creation among the youth in a bid to decrease the unemployment rate. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua noted that digitally interconnecting the country will spur e-commerce, citing that the government is willing to support startup tech firms.
As the world migrates to the digital spaces and tech economy, the Kenyan government is keen on following the same path by growing the innovation and ICT sectors. To show its support to the sector, the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua attended the launch of All Borana Semiconductor Manufacturing System at Dedan Kimathi University of Technology in Nyeri.
This is one of the most advanced semiconductor manufacturing systems designed in Africa. It is a demonstration that we have the potential of leading the continent in all aspects of technology, in driving sustainable development towards the Kenya we want and the Africa we want, where nobody is left behind.
The Deputy President said that the ICT sector is an enabler of the country's economic growth through digital entrepreneurship.
By handing over this country, its systems, the infrastructure, the creativity, the innovation to our young population. That is our resource as a country, our young people.
The Deputy President of the Republic.
Meanwhile, the government has rolled out free public Wi-Fi at Nyeri Open Market as it steps up countrywide initiative to launch internet hotspots for traders across the country.
Wanaweza kutumia WhatsApp, watumie internet bila malipo yoyote, ndio zile pesa wangetumia kwa hiyo malipo ya kununua bundles waongeze kwa biashara. Huu mpango wa serikali tunataka kuweka Wi-Fi katika soko na mastage 25,000 katika Jamhuri ya Kenya.
The project is targeting market traders, food suppliers and transporters.
Now to the top story that is continuing to shape our political scene is that now governors claim the impeachment of Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza was based on flimsy grounds. The Council of Governors, Deputy Chair Ahmed Abdullahi, who is also the Governor of Wajir, says members of the Meru County Assembly disrespected the decision of the electorate by impeaching a governor 4 months into office. The governors, however, want the Senate to follow due procedure in determining the fate of Kawira Mwangaza.
The Senate will Tuesday deliberate on the fate of Meru County Governor Kawira Mwangaza after she was impeached last week by Meru County Assembly on gross misconduct allegations. The MCAs accused Mwangaza for alleged forced entry into Meru County Assembly and mobilizing unlawful riots against the ward representatives, violation of public finance management laws, and misconduct relating to the nomination of executive members of County Assembly. The Council of Governors, however, trashes the allegations, saying the impeachment was unwarranted.
It's not logical to impeach a governor even before she has laid the foundation of her government. That you don't like a person or the way they speak, it's not a reason to impeach a governor.
I think surely even our gentlemen governors here have their first ladies with them, and nobody seems to notice that.
The leaders said a trend on impeachment of governors would affect performance at the county level and wants Governor Mwangaza to be given time and space to put her house in order.
Laws governing recalling of MPs, for example, it says that you cannot recall an MP before 12 months, before 1 year has ended, and you can't also recall an MP in the last 1 year to election. So you have just the 3 years in between. So this is what we're also saying as governors. Can there be a law that governs within which period you can reasonably have been said to have had, broken the law to the extent of impeachment? The other more important aspect is the issue of the threshold. You know, because when they say gross violation of the Constitution, what are those thresholds and how do you measure them?
This is a person who was elected by the electorate in an election. She got votes directly from the voters. And even before she has set up structures of a government, MCS don't like her and they want to use that as a reason to impeach her.
In Meru, a section of women wants her out of office, citing incompetence in governance.
Kesho watu waondolee huyu gavana, na hata kama ni gavana mwanaume tungemtoa tukiona ameshindwa kufanya kazi.
Earlier, a different group of women urged the Senate to apply wisdom while deciding the fate of Mwangaza.
Mturudishie yeye kama gavana wetu wa Meru atufanyie kazi, kwa maana inaonekana atatusaidia.
The Senate's debate on Mwangaza's impeachment follows a request by the Senate Majority Leader Aaron Cheriot and Meru County Assembly Speaker to deliberate on the matter. Meanwhile, the Council of Governors want Treasury to disburse funds to counties amounting to 77 billion shillings.
That is what the Council of Governors had to say yesterday in regard to the conversation that is going to be taking center stage at the Senate today that will determine the fate of the first ever Meru County Governor. Will Kawera Mwangaza be saved by the Senate as those who have gone before? And the argument there is it is illogical to impeach a governor who is 4 months in office without even having laid groundwork. Will that hold water? Well, your guess is as good as mine, and time will tell. We'll be here to keep tabs on what is going to be happening at the Senate. Now we cross over to the medical scene, where the Kenyan doctors have issued a strike notice over unfulfilled agreements slated for January next year. The doctors, led by Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentist Union Secretary General Dr. Bevji Bimji, says that the 2017-2021 collective bargaining agreement signed after a protracted strike seems to have been thrown into the headwinds. They now want a meaningful engagement with the Health Ministry before the notice elapses by the end of this month.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever.
The Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentist Union has vowed to down tools over delays to implement the collective bargaining agreement agreed upon by the union and the Council of Governors. According to Secretary General Dr. Devji Atela, the 2017-2021 collective bargaining agreement that was signed after a protracted strike still hangs in the balance.
This ruling came in October 2021. It has been 1 year without any meaningful results into this. We've written letters and we tried to have actions from the county and national government without any results. And therefore, by the time that you are giving the notice of intent to industrial action, we have exploited all the available avenues. We'll convene our National Advisory Council by the first week of January, and I'm sure if we don't have a meaningful engagement within the month of January, then we will be proceeding for the industrial action.
Other issues being raised by the doctors is lack of a conducive working environment, delayed employment of graduate doctors, lack of adequate medical facilities, salary increment and posting of interns.
We have the issues of the call room that has not been implemented. We have the issues of the promotions that has not been implemented. We have the issues of employment, and these has remained unimplemented, and also the tools and equipment that doctors need to offer services to the public. This has remained a mirage to the doctors who work in the hospitals in the counties, both national and county governments. Hey! Say, hey!
The doctors were speaking at KMPDU headquarters in Nairobi.
We'll be keeping tabs on that development. Now, a suspect linked to the attack of 3-year-old Junior Sagini, whose eyes were gouged out, is in police custody. The suspect, Alex Ochogo, cousin to Junior Sagini, was arraigned in a Kisii court and will remain in custody until the 23rd of December this year. Now, Trevor Ngendo with the details.
The accused, Alex Sachoki, who is a cousin to the minor, will remain in police custody for 5 days, following an application filed by the court prosecutor Hilary Kaino, seeking to have Achoki detained to enable police to conclude the investigation. Appearing before senior resident magistrate Christine Ongweno, Keano argued that having the suspect in custody would be for his safety from the agitated members of the community, being for his blood. The suspect is alleged to have been the last person seen with the minor before he escorted the mother to board a Nairobi-bound bus the following day.
Kabla ya usiku huo, wewe ambayo inasemekana kuwa ni cousin ya ule mtoto, uliweza kuonekana ukiwa ama ukimpeleka yule mshukiwa mkuu kwenye eneo la kuabiri magari, na mshukiwa huyo anasemekana kwamba ameweza kutorokea sehemu za Nairobi.
The magistrate directed the suspect to be detained at Rioma police station until 23rd December 2022.
Sababu hizo wanaomba siku 5 ili uweze kuwasaidia maafisa ambao wanachunguza kesi hii katika uchunguzi, na uweze kuwasaidia kujua wale wengine walipo.
Previously, police had summoned Maureen Nyaboke, the victim's mother, over the bizarre incident that left baby Sagini blind. Sagini's 2 eyes were plucked out at Ikuruma village in Marani sub-county by unknown people who abandoned him in a maize farm at night. The minor was playing with other children when he suddenly disappeared.
Well, we wait for a day when, we stop reporting on such incidences, not because we do not want to air that, but because humanity has been restored. I'm trying to imagine what was going through the mind of the 3-year-old boy, and if you watched that particular piece, he was asking the doctor to get off the blind so that he could see again. Little does the 3-year-old know that his life is plunged into darkness for life. May justice prevail. Now, the Committee on Education has directed Teachers Service Commission, TSC, to prioritize employment of teachers above the age of 45 in the ongoing recruitment exercise. Now, TSC, which has also been accused of laxity and alleged system failure resulting to teachers' shortage in the country, was also put to task over 720 million shillings released by the National Treasury, which was meant to recruit 6,000 interns in the last 6 months.
Because of some other factors, some other teachers were recruited younger, who graduated recently, leaving out teachers who are 45 by then or 44, who are now 46 years, who are now 47 years. Do you have any affirmative actions so that these teachers are actually recruited? Because failure for recruitment, it was your mistake.
It was a tough Monday for the Teacher Service Commission as they appeared before the Committee on Education.
I, Dr. Jamrik Muturi John, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matters under its consideration shall be the truth.
The ongoing recruitment of 30,000 teachers as well as delays in promotion of teachers taking center stage.
Is the recruitment of 1 teacher per junior secondary school in line with the curriculum we have in CBC?
If a formula or whichever criteria was used can create a disparity of shortage in the different counties as been shown, then how sure are we that even the process which we are going to use is not going to create more gaps?
What policies does TSC have in place for promotion of teachers active in serving capacity as administrators in ASAL and non-ASAL areas? How many teachers are acting as administrators, for how long, and what is their job group?
In their defense, TSC said over the past decade, the Commission has not been given monies for teachers' promotion, which has left them in a limbo.
As a commission, we had factored in budget for promotion, a standalone vote, which was not given. So whatever we are going to use now is what we are getting from natural attrition. In this financial year, the next one, 2020-2024, we have given a standalone budget.
Of how much?
When the advert is made, you may find there are only 15 vacancies for chief principals in Kenya. So this competition will produce who will be the 15 to fill the vacancies.
The Education Committee directing TSC to take advantage of the ongoing recruitment and settle the issue of delocalization of the 14,733 teachers who are currently seeking transfers.
So what are we doing so that an affirmative action is given to the locals of that particular county? Then when it comes to posting, then you can distribute them equally.
We considered, and I want to apologize, the affirmative action 5% is actually for the ourselves and to staff areas.
At the same time, TSC has been urged to roll their sleeves and address understaffing that has affected learning in 12 counties. Ruth Wamboi reporting for Good Morning Kenya.
Now to the corridors of justice, where journalist Laban Cliff Onserio will be detained for 3 days by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, Anti-Terrorism Police Unit, Nairobi. Onserio was allegedly found with a flashbang grenade on Sunday, the 18th of December, at the Holy Family Basilica basement. The anti-terror unit sought to be granted authorization to forensically examine Laban's electronic gadgets as investigations kick off.
Journalist Laban Cliff Onserio was arrested on Sunday, the 18th of December this year, after he was allegedly found in possession of a flashbang training system model 7290T stun grenade and allegedly threatened members of the public with imminent attack against them while holding the said grenade. Will now be detained for 3 days by the Anti-Terror Police Unit, ATTPU. The DCI unit says they acted after receiving information from the police that there was a terror threat at the Holy Family Basilica.
Is an instrument of mass destruction, should not be in possession of a citizen. And Your Honor, it is a matter of public interest that the bottom of this situation is discovered.
Given there are no compelling reasons to hold him, will be infringing on his right as an accused person, contrary to the provision of the Constitution. Your Honor, the respondent is willing to deposit a cash bail.
It's alleged that Onserio could not give satisfactory reasons as to why he was in possession of the grenade and not produce a certificate allowing him to be in possession of the explosive. The Anti-Terror Police Unit now suspect Onserio could be in possession of more grenades and require a warrant to be allowed to conduct a search at his house located in Milimani, Upper Hill, Nairobi.
It's allowed, but with the modification that is to be held at ATP for 3 days. We shall mention this matter on 23rd of December at 12 noon.
Elsewhere, Clement Elasamisi, a resident of Nairobi, has been charged with intent to defraud Christopher Nyalenda Sino 1,866,000 shillings by pretending he was in a position to employ him as a driver at the judiciary. Clement pleaded not guilty to the charges.
Nilipopelekwa kwa police station ile nilishikwa, nilazimishwa na nikapigwa mpaka nikakanyagwa mpaka sehemu zangu za siri zimefunga sijui, wakilazimisha ni sign statement.
He was released on a cash bail.
And to be escorted to hospital and the medical notes be availed to the court. The in-charge Central Police Station to look into his complaint and avail a report alongside the medical notes. The file is allocated to court number 2. The bond is at 500,000.
To regional matters, the East African Community Cabinet Secretary Rebecca Miano has called on the newly elected Yala members of Parliament to first-track completion of their project left by their predecessors in the regional community. The CS, who also took oath of office of allegiance as an ex-officio member, pledged government support in ensuring the success of the Kenyan chapter in the Assembly, even as she called on them to be dutiful and diligent in their service. The 9 members will now take the mantle of steering Kenya's agenda in the East African Legislative Assembly.
At the East African Legislative Assembly headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania, East African Community Cabinet Secretary Rebecca Miano takes oath of office in allegiance to the EAC.
Do swear that.
She's then followed by the 9 members representing the Kenya chapter in the East African Legislative Assembly.
And that I will be faithful and bear.
With that, they transition from EALA members of parliament elect to members of parliament for the 5th Legislative Assembly. Once the oath of office is administered, it is time to hit the ground running, and the new Kenyan members of EALA 5 have committed to collaborate in order to push the Kenyan agenda, while at the same time fostering regional cohesion.
From the 300 million residents of East Africa, which is a potential market for our produce. So let us work hard to make sure that we capitalize on the use of that mega market.
So for us, we are interested, first of all, this. Secondly, after peace, you need to do business. So we will also be, after peace, we'll definitely be looking for more business.
EAC Cabinet Secretary Rebecca Miano challenged the lawmakers to complete the projects that were left pending by the outgoing team, while at the same time assuring them of the full support of the ministry.
There is unfinished business, a lot of legislation that was carried over to the new assembly, especially to operationalize the monetary union protocol that is still pending.
Her sentiments were echoed by the Principal Secretary Abdi Dubat, who challenged the new regional members of parliament to use this new platform to create awareness on the assembly among Kenyans and highlight the economic opportunities the country and the bloc stands to gain through partnerships.
Very proud that we've sent a very dynamic team, very well balanced, and people who have a lot of political experience, business experience, and a mixture of youth as well. There's a lot waiting for them. We are counting on them as a country.
With the administration of the oath of office completed here today, the 5th East African Legislative Assembly will have its first sitting tomorrow, where the elections of the Speaker will take place. Yusufar reporting from EAC headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania.
Wow. That is a Yusuf Farah there reporting from Arusha, Tanzania. But now we take you back local and focus on those stories that are making headlines in the counties where the government has promised to complete works on various stalled dams across the country in the next 12 months. Among the dams that will benefit include the 38 billion shillings Itare Dam in Kurasai North, which is expected to serve the rising population of Nakuru town and its suburbs. This comes as the Ministry of Water and Sanitation decries low budgetary allocation, saying this is affecting the ministry's development plans.
According to the CS in charge of Ministry of Water and Sanitation, Alice Wahome, the government's plan on the 100 mega dams project is still in progress, adding that 1 trillion shillings was needed to complete them.
All these dams are a bit slow. Where we are, Mwache Dam, Thwake Dam, it is possible that we can be able to fasten, to speed up the implementation, so that within the next maybe 12 months we are able to launch them as completed projects.
Elsewhere, National Assembly Minority Leader Opio Wandanyi has called on the national government to partner with counties to revive agriculture instead of dishing out relief food.
We want the national government to partner with the county government of Siaya under the governorship of James Orengo, to ensure that the matter of agriculture is addressed with the seriousness it deserves, so that our people are not transformed into beggars who line up for handouts.
And in Narok County, stakeholders in the alcohol industry have held a public rally to sensitize residents on the effects of illicit brew, whose consumption rises during festivities.
So kwa msimu hii tunasema ile pombe yote yenye haina license hatutakubali watu wakunywe.
Meanwhile, in Kacheliba, West Pokot County, a group of young adults who underwent alternative rites of passage held a procession in Kasei to sensitize the community against the negative effects of female genital mutilation.
We bring them together with girls so that they know why it is dangerous to take girls through FGM. We also train them why it is not good to get involved in child marriage and early pregnancies.
In Migori, a section of Migori elected leaders want the government to come clear on the system of education that's currently being implemented.
Let them sit in courtrooms, let them go to Mombasa and Naivasha and make a decision so that when the president is talking, when the CS education is talking, when the PS education is talking, let us get the signal that we are heading toward a certain direction. We don't want confusion.
Finally, operations in the Nanyuki main stage were paralyzed after a standoff ensued between two rival SACCOs over operational procedures at the stage.
Sisi for NT tumejaribu kutafuta chimo ya kubebea Meru for over 20 years until after COVID hawa akaja kwetu huko Nakuru, lakini wakapewa na wanabebaka. Wakitaka tu anything beyond that ni tupeo chimo kule tubebe na warudi pali yao hapa wabebe.
On that note, we take a quick break. We'll be back with stories that are making headlines in the business and sporting arena. Do not go away.
My grandson has fallen in love. You are placed under arrest for attempting to poison and endangering the health and lives of everyone in Hotel Malva yesterday. Will you please come with us?
Thank you.
FM ilayska ummadda.
You're watching In the Headlines. I'm Regina Manyara. The government has rolled out a unified human resource information system and upgraded government human resource ICT infrastructure to consolidate, simplify, modify human resource and payroll data for all public institutions into a single platform. Public Service Cabinet Secretary Aisha Juma says the move seeks to effectively manage the public wage bill, which in June this year crossed the 500 billion shillings mark.
Public institutions have been using different and independent human resources information system to undertake HR functions and reporting, limiting the government's ability to make sound decisions on the wage bill management, budgeting and national planning. Data from the central bank indicates that public wage bill hit the $500 billion mark in the financial year ended June, representing a 5% year-on-year increase. The adoption of a unified human resource information system is expected to consolidate HR data and wage bill in the public service, integrate them through a single system for decision making.
Beginning of a journey that will transform the management of the human resource information across the public service,
being enhancing availability and accessibility of information in the desired format and ensuring compliance and good corporate governance in human resource management practices.
All public institutions have until July next year to migrate to the new system that is also expected to enhance good corporate governance.
All public service organizations to seamlessly transition from the current IT system to the new unified human resource information system within the provided timelines.
There is a lot of work to be done by departments and DS to migrate into this, and we have periodic reports, okay, maybe fortnightly, so that we can be able to monitor who is complying and who is not complying and why they are not complying, so that we all walk this journey together.
The system is also geared towards clearing ghost workers for the government's payroll, a menace that has seen counties pay 35 billion shillings to non-existent staff. Migration will be done in 5 phases, starting from next month, in which a unique payroll will be given to public servants.
Tea factories have been ordered to pay tea farmers based on the prevailing land rates. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mithika Linturi says farmers lose millions of shillings through unfair exchange rates and is calling on tea marketing agencies to comply with payments based on the central bank's exchange rate.
The government has urged the Kenya Tea Development Agency (KTDA) to take up banks on the payment of the bonus based on the dollar exchange rate. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mithika Linturi says farmers lose up to 6 shillings per kg due to unfair exchange rates.
If the dollar in the market here is exchanging for maybe 127 shillings, then there is no reason to why the banks should pay or buy the KTDA dollar at 119. But that's how we are losing money that would have really gone to the farmer.
Actually, fetch is better in the market when we want, but we want to ensure that whatever we have is able to ensure that we get the best rate in the market, so that the best income can be able to go back to the farmer.
He says implementation of the Tea Act 2020 will proceed and will culminate to the establishment of the tea fund that will be funded by the tea levy.
The tea fund will come from the tea levy, and the formula for coming up with the levy is set out in the law. So once that law is enacted, it is out of the application on that formula that will determine how much money we will be able to collect through the tea.
Linturi says the government will push ahead with the maize and rice import plans.
No farmer complain anywhere about anything, because it's my responsibility as the Minister of Agriculture to protect my farmers. It is me who is running up and down to see how to subsidize inputs so that they can bring down the cost of production of food. So, and I have also a responsibility as Minister to ensure the country has food to eat.
He says an assessment on the current food stock in the country is ongoing, with the government open for more tax breaks on food imports to cushion Kenyans against high cost of commodities.
Be assured, my greatest responsibility is to ensure there is food for everyone in the country. And not only food that is also secure.
The government is set to unveil a multi-agency team that will be tasked with reviewing laws that govern the construction industry to help improve quality assurance and get rid of those fueling cases of collapsing buildings. Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development Cabinet Secretary Zakaria Njero says this is in response to a series of buildings collapsing which have raised questions on the quality of contractors locally available.
Several buildings have collapsed in recent weeks, with the latest being in Nairobi and Kiambu counties, putting into question the quality of contractors in the construction industry. To address these, Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development Cabinet Secretary Zakaria Njeru says there is need to review the laws that govern the construction industry that has given a leeway to some to flout the laid down regulations. Njeru has pledged to constitute a multi-agency team to look into ways of improving quality assurance in the construction industry, with the aim of reducing cases of collapsing buildings.
One of the key proposed amendments is the inclusion of a list of offences in the Act, including contractors undertaking projects not registered by authority, failure of contractors to abide by the code of conduct, and masquerading as officers of the authority. The review of the fact is subject to the approval of Cabinet, after which the amendments will be published by the Office of the Attorney General.
Plans are also underway to set up a construction information system which will integrate various functions within the construction industry.
One of the key things we want to achieve is presence in 47 counties. We have put forward a revised policy, HR policy, and we look forward to its implementation so that we are more than a Huduma center of 2 staff in every county. We are fully fledged branch of NCA in every county.
They were speaking in Nairobi during the National Construction Authority's 10th anniversary gala, where officials announced plans to put up offices in all counties.
Indeed, it's the season for parties and such. That's the first time I'm hearing that hype from the MC of that particular show. Katika kama landlord. Wow. Katika kama caretaker. Well, we'll be having more of that. It's 5 days to Christmas. So decide if you're going to dance like the landlord or you're going to dance like the caretaker. I'm surprised they did not ask the tenants to dance, but hey, that is life. Now, those engaged in the agro-processing are harnessing partnerships to improve their business skills, network, and maximize on the value of their products. Farmers now calling on suppliers and retailers to embrace products by startups.
The sizzling progress of agro-processing and value addition. A process that needs time and accuracy. In Kenya, the agriculture sector is mainly focused on primary processing and does not use local input sufficiently. This means that Kenya may be losing money and not creating enough opportunities for earnings to trickle down to local producers.
To pass knowledge, which is very critical in growing the community around. Because if people are knowledgeable about rabbit meat and they can get also knowledge of how they can breed them or of how they can turn that into a business, then it adds revenue and income back to our families.
Meet Justin Magiri, the director of Milimag, says the business has been powered by networking.
We are trying to push forward, even that's why we are here now, trying to create awareness that this is good meat, this is white meat, the nutritional aspect that comes with it, even for the elderly people.
I'm glad to have met my brothers from Kenya who are into this business of rabbit farming, and it has been a very great opportunity for me to meet them. We are already in business.
From a whole rabbit to rabbit slippers to rabbit smokies and fried rabbit meat, Magiri says the entire value of the rabbit has been maximized. However, pointing out that there's still a whole ecosystem needing support.
We even try to make the product or create a variety of products from the meat so that we can give people an opportunity of testing different variety of meat, like what happens with other meats. That's why we are able to do samosas, able to do sausages. Yeah, we recently opened up an eatery.
Currently, Kenya's share of processed agricultural goods vis-a-vis primary value produce stands at 56 billion shillings against 208 billion shillings, while processed food is 21%.
This is the product of rabbit meat value addition. Alanako, Kololo Grounds, Kampala, Uganda.
Now, allow me to share one of those comments that from Manyara's household. Now, being a Meru, for that matter, while growing up, rabbits and birds were considered only snacks that can be taken by girls and boys who have not gone through their rites of passage. And they were considered. I know an old man who thinks that eating rabbit meat is an equal to eating cat meat. Well, that's just that. It's a holiday season. We'll have all manner of meals at our table, and we thank God for such. All I wish is that you spend your holidays with in good health and with people who love you. Now let's cross over to Qatari, where the Qatar ambassador to Kenya, Jabar bin Al Dosari, says this year's FIFA World Cup has proven that no country is limited. The Middle East country successfully hosted the 2022 FIFA World Cup finals, which ended on Sunday with an exciting final game between France and Argentina. He said his country will continue to support Kenyan football.
Speaking during Qatar's National Day event held at a Nairobi hotel, Qatar ambassador to Kenya, Jabir bin Ali Al Dosari, said building soccer players in the country can only excel if they get necessary support.
Kenyan, they are our brothers. Kenya, the good people supporting us. There is more than 13,500 people supporting Qatar there. From the securities, from the other services, a lot. And we have volunteer also more than 950, 952, 1,000. They are supporting us. This is the Kenyan's country. This is the second country to our brothers, Kenya.
He said that his country would continue to support Kenyan football through Aspire Academy football programs.
Anything they need will have to be with them, because the Kenyan, they didn't forget us also. When our time is coming, they are with us. So how we said, now we'll be with them also, we'll support them. Definitely we'll support them.
The academy, which is based in Doha, was founded in 2004 with a goal to scout and help develop young soccer talents. Defense Cabinet Secretary Adan Duale said Kenya should emulate Qatar, which successfully hosted the 2022 World Cup, as they continue with their plans to host a major international soccer tournament.
Kenya remains a willing partner, keen on working with your beautiful country towards the fulfillment of the Qatar Vision 2030. As Qatar seeks to diversify and expand its economy, the government of Kenya, under the leadership of Dr. William Ruto, confirms its willingness to enhance business.
Now, the next World Cup is going to be held in the United States, I think. I'm not too sure, but yes, it is going to be in the United States. Well, for those who are supporting France like myself, that was quite painful, especially after how the team played in its first half. The missed, goals there, even despite our star Mbappe there doing some assists and such. Well, Argentina carried the day, and as they say, the debate is over on who is the greatest of all time between Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Well, that is them, but I still maintain that Cristiano Ronaldo has still something to offer in the football fraternity. Congratulations to Argentina as a team, as well as the Argentinian fans. We have been getting footage, especially on social media, how the celebrations are still ongoing in Argentina, and this was quite a much needed win for the country amid political instability as well as some financial turmoil there. And if you have been keenly focusing on when it comes to matters football where Argentina is concerned, you'll remember the renowned, the late Diego Maradona. During the finals, actually, people from Argentinians were camped outside Diego Maradona's home as they were watching that game. So it's a good win for Messi. I am happy for him. A man who has proven that, he can do it. No one is limited. Now, in the next World Cup, it's going to be held in the United States of America, and God willing, we too will be showcasing that particular fit. Now, still keeping up with sports is that the 2023 World Rally Championship calendar already decided. Local drivers are outlining every firm plan about how they intend to fine-tune their race contraptions in the run-up to the 2023 WRC Safari Rally Kenya, which is slated for the 22nd to the 25th of June next year. Nairobi-based Koda Fabia Rally 2 driver and 2021 Kenya Motorsport Personality of the Year, Akaif Virani, is leaving nothing to chance as he braces up for his third career WRC Safari Rally participation next year.
A sizable number of home drivers will break for next week's festive season, after which they will kickstart their major phase of preparations in January next year. Nairobi-based Koda Fabia Rally 2 driver and 2021 Kenya Motorsports Personality of the Year, Akaif Virani, is leaving nothing to chance as he braces up for his third career WRC Safari Rally participation next year. Kenya National Rally Championship first runner-up Jasmeet and Ravichana have plans to upgrade from their long-time Mitsubishi Lancer Evo X machine to a state-of-the-art Rally 2 in order to approach the 2023 Safari and KNRC campaigns a lot more competitively. Speedster Karan Patel in his Ford Fiesta Rally 2 will have another busy season, which will entail his spirited KNRC title defense, the WRC Safari, with which he managed the top 10 in 2021, as well as the elusive FIA African Rally Championship ARC title, which he lost to Zambian Rilwe Gomez on home stretch in Lusaka.
Now, that puts a cap on Matters News this morning. Remember, a lot is available on our website, as well as we like hearing from you. Just allow me, before we close this, to just sample some of your feed on Twitter, where we have Isaac Wakarioki Nduta saying happy holidays to you indeed. Then there's Ngulusumu Wadiane says, well, nobody loves me, maybe you show me that love at the end, I will appreciate. Well, I'm sure your parents love you. Everybody has someone somewhere. But hey, from KBC Channel 1, from us to you, we love you and happy holidays. That is Ngulusumu Wadiani there chatting us up on Twitter. We also have a fan who's been watching this show January all the way to date, and he's been watching consistently from Tanzania. And this is at Mninga Sulu. Yes, he says, Mimi shabiki wenu kutoka Tanzania. Happy holidays. Happy holidays indeed. You can interact with us on our Twitter handle at KBC Channel 1, and mine is at Ray Manyara. And for now, we take a quick breather. We'll be back with what has captured the eyes of the scribes this morning on our various dailies. Do not go away.
KBC Channel 1, we put people at the heart of events with our captivating weekly news features. Every day, we are breaking new grounds with informative, entertaining, and inspiring human interest stories. On Mondays, 9 p.m., we have The Cabinets. Tuesday, 9 p.m., we get inside the barracks for military tales. We delve in the world of cinemas and theater each Wednesday night. For the young and industrious, make a date with us every Thursday at 9 p.m. Fridays are dedicated for My Culture. On Saturdays, we go back in time for History in Perspective. And on Sundays, we get to know the process of how things are done and made. KBC Channel 1 News features a whole lot of wonderful viewing experience.
Mtu mzima wewe, hujawahi kulishwa na mtu yoyote dunia hii sasa. Vipi ule mpango wako wewe na bi mkubwa umefikia wapi?
Huoni haya kunisimamia namna hiyo ulio?
Maisha yetu hayakuhusu wewe hapa, ni uondoke.
Wajua sipendi hii tabia yako kutoka na mtoto wangu bila kuniambia wewe.
Zari, ulikuwa umelala bana?
Hii ni haki yangu and I always get what I want.
Kitwek FM Kegosin.
This is what's fresh off the press. I start you off with a copy of the Daily Nation. The flagger Ruto's hits and misses. This is even as this Thursday he's set to mark 100 days in office, and there's a raft of issues that have been profiled here in respect to how he has fulfilled his promises and those that he hasn't yet fulfilled. Remember when he launched the plan on June 30th? This is when he was campaigning. Quite a number of issues that he brought forth that he sought to just see how best Kenyans can benefit from this government. I just will mention a few of them that have been his hits and a few that have been his misses. This include appointment of the 6 judges that his predecessor had refused to appoint. These were amongst the first things that he did. Also, the establishment of the 50 billion Hustlers Fund, one of the hits there, as well as establishing the Women Rights Agency in office of the president. Just some of the hits there. One of, or better still, 2 of those misses include giving women 50% of cabinet. You remember that also when he launched this plan, this is one of those things that he had largely talked about, just giving 50-50 and ensuring that women will get 50% of cabinet, but that really wasn't witnessed. You can remember also when it came to the appointment of principal secretaries, a matter that also came up with the Law Society of Kenya, accusing the executive or the regime to not really adhering to the matters of regional balance, as well as the 2/3 gender rule. Among those misses also include the operationalizing that he also spoke into. Remember when he talked about the 3 billion annually to be added to the judiciary just to expedite court processes and ensure smooth running of the judiciary. Key among those that have also, that he has missed in this 100 days. So clearly a number of issues have been outlined on this specific article. Away from that, change impeachment law This is a matter that has also found its way on the front page of the Daily Nation. Governors now want Parliament to come up with legislation setting a timeline for when MCAs can introduce an impeachment motion. This is just coming at 112 days since when Governor Kawera Mwangaza was sworn into office. Of course, a matter that we also expect the Senate to debate and look into, deciding on whether this will, whether she will face this, the plenary or the Senate committee there, which will look into this particular matter or impeachment motion. They're set to sit this afternoon. And also what we are gathering is that if at all the senators back the ward representative of the MCAs, then she'll become the 5th governor to be impeached. Kiambu Governor Ferdinand Waititu. A raft of issues have also been put forth in respect to what the MCAs proffered there, including nepotism, gross violation of the constitution, illegal appointments, as well as, other issues that are said to be looked into in the impeachment motion. You remember also the MCAs had put this matter in the first time, whereby the courts quashed it, saying that they didn't really follow the due process and procedure. This saw them putting the matter to a second test through the public participation, which again saw 67 out of 69 MCAs who impeached Governor Kawera. And of course, this 69, just 2 were absent, were not in that were not in that sitting during that on that day in Meru County Assembly. So we're to see how all this matter will develop today, and whether or not the Senate will save her or they will agree with the ward representative. To some other issues now, Ruto to launch tree planting drive in a bid to rehabilitate environment, where the president is set to launch this particular drive, and this is to restore 10.6 million hectares of degraded landscape in the country as part of targeting, as part of achieving the 30% tree cover by 2032. This is also a matter that the president has spoken into so many times, and this also, saw him saying that the Ministry of Environment will also be added some more money just to ensure that this really comes to fruition. He's also talked about the 5 billion trees by 2027 and 10 by 2032. He also spoke into this matter again, remember, during the Jamhuri Day celebrations, in his speech, where he touched on the 11,000 youths who were in the previous program of Kazi Mtaani, who will also be deployed into such a similar program in Nairobi County, just to see how best they're going to undertake the tree planting drive. And all this just try to see how best as a country we can deal with the issues of climate change as well as matters of food security in the country. So this is a matter that is also expected to be happening, I believe this is today, where he'll be launching this particular drive. Before I toss it over to Steph, coming back to the back page of this same daily, governors now reject the CRAs. This is the county revenue allocation of 407 billion. This is what the Treasury is set to disburse in this new financial year 2023-2024. But now governors are saying this is not what was agreed and not what IEBC put forth, because they say what was preferred was 425 billion. So they do not understand how they have settled on just allocating 407, and they say that with this deficit, then it will see them not engaging the development projects of the counties, as well as payment of salaries. And also they are faulting the Treasury of not releasing 77.78 billion, which was owed to county governments in the last 3 months. Also a matter we are following closely for you, because remember, oftentimes there's been that tussle and push and pull between the county governments and national governments in respect to allocation of money. Stephanie.
All right. So with me here is the People Daily, and the Star will be taking you through some of the stories that have been captured here. And I'd like to start with People Daily. On the front page, it has how counties will share out teachers' jobs, and they have laid out some of the big winners and losers in terms of the numbers of teachers that the counties have gotten. And the historically marginalized regions have fewer vacancies due to lower population, as TSC schedules shows every school will get 1 teacher for grade 7. So every For grade 7, they will get 1 teacher in each school. So some of the big winners here are Kakamega, rated number 1. We have Kituit, number 2, Nakuru, followed by Bungoma, then Meru, Makueni, Machakos, Kisii, Homa Bay, and Narok. Those are the top 10, while the bottom 10 are Isiolo, Lamu, Samburu, Garissa, Marsabit, Tana River, Mombasa, Wajir, Mandera, and Taita Taveta. And with the bottom 10 is because of the scarce population in that particular region. And here on the Star, still on a similar story, the MPs are in big war with TSC over formula for hiring teachers. TSC says that the criteria should not be based on the grades, but rather it should be based on the age. What they're saying currently, the TSC selection criteria gives weight to the year a teacher graduated and the quality of certification. This, the lawmakers argue, has made the situation complicated for those who scored low marks, yet are also qualified teachers compared to new graduates with stronger certificates. Some of the teachers, they say, have hit as high as 46 years of age and are still unemployed. So that is what the MPs are saying on that. Going back to People Daily, blow against Masit as court declines to stop Cherera 4 tribunal, and we get this on page 2. So Irene Masit is the only one standing out of the Cherera 4. The rest of the 3 resigned from the position, and now the tribunal is to start work as of today. According to this paper, sources close to the tribunal said it will convene the first session at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development to look into the conduct of the commissioners. Masit, through her lawyer, Donald Kipkorir, had moved to court seeking to stop the proceeding to allow her time to argue her case in detail in court, but this has been turned down clearly. Moving on, ritual cleansing, relative held over gouging out boys' eyes, and we've seen this in the news. So this is a very sad story of a relative who gouged out the young boy's eye, the 3-year-old boy's eyes, and it was the 7-year-old sister that found the boy and reported the matter, and that's how the boy ended up in hospital. And we really hope that justice will prevail for this child. Still on People Daily, the front page, tributes galore as rallying ace Kalulu is laid to rest. They're saying that the celebrity driver died after the domestic attack, and he has received a lot of tributes, and you can get that on page 27 if you want to go through it. Moving to the Star, just to highlight some of the stories that have made news here. I'll take you to the front page. Still, what's making news is why man held for allegedly gouging out the boy's eyes. This cuts across all the papers. Another story, death sentence upheld for 4 who lynched witches. This is another sad case here where 4 men, or at least 1 man by the name Dennis Bishanga, who was very drunk and who had blacked out in his home, woke up and claimed that some elderly women had cast a spell on drunkenness on him and incited an angry mob to lynch the 2 deceased women there. And they attacked them with clubs and pangas before setting them ablaze. Court papers say the villagers were led by Bishanga, 1 Amos Bishanga, Bishanga Omwancha, and Fred Okeko John. And the daughter of one of the elderly women watched in horror as their mothers were killed. This is a very sad story, and we hope that justice will surely prevail. That is a very, where is humanity, as Ray had put it earlier? Where is humanity in this? We don't want to hear such stories anymore. Lastly, on this paper, a story that I will sample is 12 billion splashed out on stalled Ketrako project. It raises queries. So KETRACO is on a spot for spending 12 billion on stalled electricity transmission. Of this, the Kenya Electric Transmission Company spent 8.7 billion on Lesos Tororo transmission line, which had stalled, and they have given details on some of the spendings there that they have done. About 3.97 billion was paid on contractors from different areas, and the new audit has flagged off the payments with the Auditor General, Nancy Gathungu, pointing out that the contract had since been terminated, and she comes on to say also again that the management did not provide documents to support how the grants were accounted for. Therefore, KETRACO is on the spot there. Those are some of the stories making news on these two dailies. Ray.
Now it's 5 days to Christmas, and the county government of Nairobi has decided to give, an early Christmas present to families of those who have been in county government hospitals and were unable to pay their cost charges there, the admission fees there. So the governor says the waiver of bills in the county government hospitals is a Christmas gesture for patients to reunite with families. That's good news. It's a step in the right direction. This is a season of merry and cheer. I hope that these family members get to unite with their loved ones. Now, new evidence has been produced. That is MP John Waluhe and Grace Wahungu were last week released on a bail pending the determination of the appeal. And now a turn of events is that new evidence has been introduced in the case. Will they survive? Time will tell. And now talking about matters of business and finances, is that now KCB has ownership of 85% ownership of Trust Merchant Bank, that is TBM in DRC, and now that makes it a battle, so to speak, for the DRC among banks. I'm talking about Equity and KCB that have invested in DRC. The front page is talking about the issues of, the teachers' recruitment and the tight spot that the TSC found itself yesterday. And now it promises that older graduates will be prioritized in the coming recruitment as thousands take advantage of the change in the delocalization policy to seek transfers to rural areas. So many issues were tabled, including that a majority of teachers cited ill health, family bonding and advanced age as reasons why they want to move. There's been a lot of talk, especially in ASAL areas, where non-residents have been, crying and clamoring to go back to their rural areas owing to the fact of maybe language barrier and such. Now, good news as we're waiting to hear from the sleuths in regard to investigations into the gory details of the gorging of Sagini, baby Sagini, who, according to doctors, will never recover his sight again. Now, a suspect who happens to be the 3-year-old's cousin is in police custody as a manhunt continues for his aunt, who is believed to be in Nairobi and on the run. Any information that may lead to the arrest of the aunt, is welcome. You can get in touch with the DCI for that matter. Now, the Hustler Fund goes on despite the defaulting loanees. That is according to Chelogui there, who is a CES there, who made that in a function yesterday and said that nearly half of the Hustler Fund borrowers are yet to repay. Now, Kenyans above 60 years appear to have mainly shunned the fund, with only 5% of them applying for it. Now, defaulters risk higher interest as well as freezing of their accounts. So in terms of hustler use and, repayment, Nairobi tops the charts. Subscribers 1.4 million, 113,118. And the value transacted is at, how many millions? Let's see, 1.4 billion so far transacted in Nairobi, 1.14 billion in Nairobi. Kiambu comes in second with 651 million. We also have Nakuru at 454.3. Then Machakos comes in at 354 million dispersed so far. Meru County, 320.5 million. Now, the bottom 5 counties in terms of, getting onto the Hustler Fund: Lamu at just 25 million, Mandera 28.2 million, Isiolo at 29.9, Marsabit at 31 million, Samburu at 34.4. Looking at these areas, they fall under largely ourselves. I don't know what dynamics, maybe economists can help us understand that. Now you see Nairobi, Kiambu, Nakuru, Machakos and Meru are top counties where persons have taken advantage of the Hustler Fund. Well, it's still ongoing despite, nearly half haven't repaid. Well, that's just but a sneak peek of what we have in terms of stories that have captured the eyes. The scribes, noticed this morning, being the 20th of December 2022. We are waiting for a brief from Interior Cabinet Secretary, that is Kithure Kindiki, as well as CS Murkomen there of Roads and Transport, in regard to matters of road safety ahead of the holiday season. It's just 5 days to Christmas, and if history is anything to go by, that the roads are quite busy. For motorists and pedestrians, we need to be extra careful so that we get to where it is we are going. Further on, we are expecting a showdown in Senate, and this is in regard to the ouster of Kawera Mwangaza, the first Meru governor. Will she survive? Well, we're here as KBC Channel 1, and we're sure going to be broadcasting that. And just, if you have been looking for the KBC website, well, it has been down for a while, but this is something that is being rectified. So do keep in touch with us here on TV and radio as we continue to inform you, as well as share some bit of entertainment. Happy holidays. We bring this to a close. I am Regina Manyara. I leave in the able hands of my colleagues, that is Yeta and Doreen Arange.
We get to close off on this second segment of In the Headlines. Let's just quickly, again, get some of those details of what the Daily Nation has highlighted for you, and perhaps I can just pick it up from where Regina left it off. That is on the Hustlers Fund. We are going by what the CS talked about. That is the MSMEs. Simon Chelugui, 75% of Hustlers Fund loans yet to be repaid. Remember what they launched just a bit, is it like around 2 or 3, actually 3 weeks ago, was the first product, that is the personal loans. You await 3 other more products of this Hustlers Funds to be launched. The second one will be launched on February of next year. And actually also what he said is that savings in this Hustlers Fund will earn interest at prevailing market rates. This is what he announced, also saying that government had disbursed already, as we speak, 9.58 billion in just 19 days, with this 2.64 billion repaid to debt. So this is what has been repaid so far. We've talked about 75% of it not being repaid, and Regina has also well highlighted the counties that are really not repaying, Nairobi being on the lead there. But also there's really quite some questions that are being proffered in respect to this Hustlers Fund, especially the constitutionality of it. Remember that also we don't have a specific board or committee as to where this money is disbursed from. What had been talked about is that it's usually going to be an online, so to speak, a USSD kind of transaction. But what about a specific sitting structure of this Hustlers Fund? And what about the appropriation of Parliament? Because in the Finance Act, this is one of those regulations that have been put there, that before such kind of money is disbursed, then there needs to be appropriation by Parliament. We know that when Parliament sat just hours before this fund was launched, what they passed was the regulations. This simply means, what the fund is I beg your pardon, what the fund is all about, how it's going to be disbursed, and the modalities of it. But the appropriation bit that, Parliament did sit to approve or appropriate. So even as we talk about the 50 billion which had been put in place, basically what that simply meant is that if Parliament would have sat, then would have known if exactly it was 50 billion which has been disbursed, or it was something less than that or more than that. Because again, remember, also the CS Treasury had lifted that cap of 50 billion. So that also simply meant that it lied with the Parliament's discretion to either reduce increase or maintain it as is? So these are just some of the questions that are also, being profiled there. And even as you talk about the savings, where exactly are these savings resting? And, how can Kenyans access these savings? At what point can they access these savings that we talked about? The 5%, 70 going into long-term, 30 going into short-term, 30%, so to speak. At what point can Kenyans access this? So these are also some of the questions that are coming forth when it comes to, this Hustlers Fund. It was one of the key main campaigns of President Ruto as deputy then. And of course, we have seen this also featuring in some of his hits when it comes to fulfilling his promises, at least in this 100 days. So we have to see how this matter will develop, and the constitutionality of this particular fund and some of these questions that are still being asked, even at this point, how they're going to be resolved. Away from that, we come to a story that also featured on the GMK news briefs this morning. This is in respect to the doctors' strike, whereby as it stands, January, we might just be treated to a doctors' strike. This was mentioned by the KMPDU Secretary General, that is Dr. Davji. Some of those issues that he's decried of on behalf of the doctors include saying that more than 5,000 doctors are still unemployed even as we speak, while those that are already in service are working under very poor and strained conditions. Just saying that this is a matter that the government needs to be looking into, also citing that the 2017-2021 collective bargaining agreement has not been met. It is also one of those stories that we've covered oftentimes when it comes to the issues prevailing, the doctors, the nurses, basically just the medics, and we have also witnessed quite a number of strike from this particular sector or fraternity. So we wait to see how the government will be responding to this, and to see how all this matter will develop at the end of the day. Steph.
Okay. So back to the Star, we on the story of the Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza, who we await the showdown today at the Senate. She has the backing of governors. It reads, governors back besieged Mwangaza as senators seat to consider her ouster. The governors now want Parliament to enact a law providing a time frame and threshold for the impeachment to shield them against erratic removal by the MCAs. The county bosses made the call while backing the besieged Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza. That's just in case if you are wondering, where are the governors, what are they saying? They have her backing, and they now want framework on how they're going to be impeached. On another story, party nearly turns tragic as revelers contract cholera. So on November 22nd, a group of women working at Murang'a General Hospital were invited by a friend whose daughter had delivered a child to celebrate. So it was an innocent celebration, and then a day later, one of the attendants, that is Nancy Muthoni, had to leave early. Had to go to the hospital because she was feeling uncomfortable. She had diarrhea, and it was quite severe. Tests were done, and eventually they were found to have cholera. Not just her, but everyone in that party. So on detailing the unpleasantness of the illness, whose outbreak has ravaged parts of the country, Muthoni, that is one of the attendants, said it is treatable but emphasized on fast diagnosis. And then the county health promotion officer, Danson Mwangi, has confirmed that more than 35 people have been treated and discharged after suffering from the disease. Mwangi underscored the need for residents to seek medical attention urgently should they show symptoms of the disease, which include a consistent and odorless diarrhea, stomach ache, and vomiting. So in case you have some of these signs, then you need to see a doctor, especially if you're coming from Murang'a region where these ladies were affected. And just be cautious as you do your celebrations and go on about with your business. And another story, international story on business, Twitter users vote out Elon Musk. So Elon Musk wrote out a tweet asking, should I step down as head of Twitter I will abide by the results of this poll. So this is how the poll turned out. In the results released on Monday, 57.5% of the 17,502, 391 voters want Musk to step down, and then 42.5% want him to continue. So the question that lingers is, will he abide by the results of this poll as he had promised? Well, Musk had purchased Twitter at $44 billion, and after the purchase, he said that Twitter had tremendous potential that he would unlock. And we have seen some changes on Twitter, and it started out by the downsizing of employees, and it's mostly affected Africans, most especially employees from Ghana who are sent home. And in a tweet, what Elon Musk had to say is he apologized for firing them, saying that their talents would be of great use somewhere else. So we wait to see how this will pan out. We've seen Elon Musk making decisions based on Twitter polls. So let's see if he will abide by this. The last story on the Star, I'll take you to this one. Queries after NITA gives away Mombasa public land to private developers. New details show that the National Industrial Training Authority ceded prime land supposed to house its Mombasa premises to a private developers, whereas the private developer took up 12.91 hectares of NITA land valued at 1.26 billion. It offered a parcel measuring 6.2 hectares in exchange. And in the compensation plan, the authority regional center in Mombasa would be located in Bombolulu area. And the article is quite long, so you might want to take a look at that later on. So it's just queries after NITA gives away Mombasa public land to private developer. Those are some of the stories on the Star. Doreen, do you have more for us?
Before we get to close again, lawmakers demand recall of unfair equalization fund bill. So even as there'll be that special sitting by the Senate to look into Governor Kawira Mwangaza's issue, there's also looking like there's quite their issue there when it comes to equalization fund, and senators are also set to sit on this specific issue where they are mounting pressure to have the equalization fund bill of 2022, which is before National Assembly, recalled to address concerns about this proposed law. They say that this bill, that is the equalization fund of 2022, they say that it is discriminatory and needs to be redrafted in order to accommodate the intersects of all county. Just going by what Senator of Vihiga County, that is Godfrey Osotsi, he says that as it stands, about 11 counties might not benefit from this fund. Remember that this is a fund that was set aside to cater for the marginalized area, high poverty leveled areas, and also just some time, looks like, is it a month or a month and a half ago, where we had a member of parliament who had proposed on the increase of county by 5 so that we don't have 47 but 52, and his whole idea was so that we can be able to cater for this marginalized county. But as at that time, the Ramo question had been, if we're thinking of increasing counties, then what is the purpose of this equalization fund, which is supposed to cater for each issues such as this? And this is also senators are said to be looking into to just see how best they can sort of like amend this particular bill so that then it caters for counties that we say are marginalized, so that it gets to serve its purpose. So also that is one of those key issues to be looked into today. And lastly, just moving to beyond our regions, that is in South Africa, where Cyril Ramaphosa, that is the South African president, defies scandal to win ANC leadership votes. Going by what has been captured here is that he was re-elected leader of South African ruling ANC party on Monday, that is just yesterday, despite being damaged by a cash heist scandal that had dogged him for months. This is a matter that came to the fore earlier this month, where this president was being accused of around his farmhouse where millions had been lost, and he overlooked the matter. And the reason why this was actually being profiled is because when he came to office in 2019 or February, this is one of the things that he really spoke into, saying that he's going to deal with matters and issues of corruption, given the fact that his predecessor had actually left or ousted from office on the same basis on matters of corruption. So this is some of, or better still, some of those issues that were hounding him, and this is a matter that also almost made him to be removed from office, given the fact that the minority side had actually proposed an impeachment motion, but then they had said that due process and procedure had to be followed within Parliament before this can even be put into consideration. So this also just has seen him moving from this particular issue, and him also again being re-elected as the leader of the ruling party, that is ANC, that is in South Africa. So that is what has been captured on the different dailies that we had for you, from the Standard, the People Daily, the Star, as well as the Daily Nation. Good place to cap this particular segment, but plenty more continuing after this break.
My grandson is
left to skew.
Wagwan Rasta. Kumbuka kila Monday ni Iris serving you nothing but the best in reggae music.
Aisha ni yangu, washugulika na yako.
And on Tuesday, it's all about Kenyan music, bringing you the best from the 2-5 flow.
Brand new wheel, just hopped in.
And of course, to all you hip-hop heads, we've got you covered each and every Wednesday. Not forgetting, we've got some R&B on the side.
Let me a jiggle, let me see, and let me see the woman that is with it.
Now, every Thursday tunavuka border across Africa to bring you nothing but the best for Afro Thursday.
Ready for burn up warning, someone's playing.
And on Friday, we do it live with me, Emily Mbai.
And me, DJ Koljax, on the ones and twos.
Not forgetting DJ_Lizadiva Pale Pia. Make sure you get interactive from 4:30 to 6 p.m. Hashtag KBC Club 1.
sasa mtazamaji wa KBC Channel 1 mahali popote ulipo, ni furaha iliyoje Jumanne ya leo ikiwa ni tarehe 20 mwezi wa 12 mwaka wa 2022 tunapokutana kwenye kipindi Zinga na vile vile pia Good Morning Kenya kupitia KBC Channel 1. Na hii leo mtazamaji, kama tulivyokuambia, vipindi vyetu huwa viko aina ainati. Tunakuletea masuala ya kisiasa, tunakuletea masuala ya kiuchumi na tunakuletea masuala ya kijamii. Lakini leo mtazamaji na msikilizaji, turuhusu tuweze kuzungumzia swala zima la mazingira na hususan upanzi wa miti na uhifadhi wa misitu yetu nchini. Mtazamaji mahali popote ulipo, kwa hisani ya Good Morning Kenya kupitia upande wa runinga na vile vile pia Zinga kupitia upande wa Radio Taifa, niko na mwenzangu Dora Manya, mimi naitwa Rashid Momkondo, na studioni hii leo mtazamaji tuna mgeni ambaye ni mkubwa tu sana, bwana Julius Kamau, ambaye yeye ni ana tuzo la rais linalojulikana kama EBS. Nadhani kwamba unalipata msikilizaji, Elder of the Order of Burning Spear yuko ndani, na yeye ni mhifadhi mkuu wa misitu kutoka Kenya Forest Services. Bwana Julius Kamau, karibu sana ndani ya Radio Taifa na KBC TV.
Asante sana na Good Morning Kenya.
Bila shaka tuko sambamba kabisa. Labda tu tukianza, bwana Julius, hebu tuambie kwamba Kenya imekuwa na mpango wa kuhakikisha kwamba ina miti 10%, yani forest yetu imecover na miti 10%. Hadi kufikia sasa 2022 kutoka 1963 tuko vipi?
Asante sana Rashid. Nijibu hilo swali kwa kusema kwamba Kenya ishafikisha kiwango za 12.13 ya tree cover, na hii ni kulingana na study yenye ilifanywa mwaka uliopita. Sababu unakumbuka former president alisema kwamba ama alidirect kwamba lazima tufikie kiwango ya 10% tree cover kwa wakati wa mwaka 2022. Na hiyo wakati huo ulikuwa mwaka wa 2018. Na serikali ikaweka mikakati iliyofaa kujumulisha kila mtu, na tukaweka juhudi zetu zote pamoja na tukaweza kukuza kiwango cha miti kwa 12.13%, ambalo ni kiwango cha juu kuliko ile 10% ambayo imewekwa kikatiba. Kwa hivyo ni step ambayo tunasema ni juhudi kubwa sana, na ni kitu tunaweza furahia kama nchi. Ijapokuwa ile sehemu ama ile 12.13 haijafikia ile kiwango tunafaa kuwa kama nchi. Pia niseme isipokuwa tu mambo ya kupima mambo ya tree cover, the same assessment pia ilipima mambo ya forest cover, sababu forest cover pia ni muhimu sana. Na ukijua kwamba kwa mwaka wa 2018 tulikuwa katika 5.9, lakini kwa mwaka 4 hadi mwaka wa 2022 tulikuwa tumefikia kiwango ya 8.83. Kwa hivyo pia tumepiga hatua kubwa kwa kujaribu kujenga kiwango cha miti na pia misitu, na tunashukuru sababu imekuwa ni jukumu la kila moja, na wakaitikia mwito wa sisi wote kuungana kuhifadhi misitu ambayo tuko nayo na pia kuendelea kupanda miti kwa katika hali kwa Kenya mzima.
Bila shaka umeweza kuelezea swala zuri sana, na kuna yule ambaye anatutizama sasa kupitia runinga na anatusikiliza kupitia radio, labda anataka kujua tofauti ya tree cover na forest cover. Hata mimi hapa nimekorogeka misitu miti.
Rashid, ni kweli hata venye nimeingia kwa studio pia nimekorogeka kiasi. So na mimi niseme kwamba miti, kiwango ya forest cover ni ile unasema sehemu ambayo haijapungua kwa 0.5 hectares. Okay, lazima ikuwe kwa ile not less than 0.5 hectares. Ikuwe na miti pale ndani, lakini haijapungua ile kivuli, unasema kivuli ya 15% ama 15%. Na pia ile miti isiwe kuna mti ulio chini ya mita 2 kwa urefu. Kwa hivyo ukijumulisha area, uangalie mambo ya urefu wa miti na ile kivuli, unasema basi hiyo ni mambo ya forest cover, sababu ni jumla ya miti pamoja inafanya kuwa forest. Lakini kwa tree cover ni ule, tuchukue mfano kwa ule msikilizaji anasikiza pale kwao nyumbani, amepanda mti mmoja kwa useme wa maembe ama ni machungwa. Ule mti mmoja hivyo una kivuli yake, una ile canopy. Kwa hivyo unahesabiwa ukiwa mti mmoja, hiyo ni tree cover. Lakini ndio ifike kuwa forest cover, lazima ikuwe not less than 0.5 hectare. So hivyo ukiwa na miti hata imejumuika pamoja na haijafikia kiwango ya 0.5 hectares, bado haiwezi kuhesabika kama forest cover. Hiyo ndio tofauti. tofauti kwa njia rahisi.
Alright, msikilizaji na mtazamaji, hivyo ndivyo mambo yalivyo ndani ya studio. Tunanaye bwana Julius Kamau ambaye ni afisa mkuu ama ni hifadhi mkuu wa misitu nchini kutoka Kenya Forest Service, na leo mtazamaji tunaangazia swala zima hili la mazingira. Labda kabla kuingia kwenye swali langu jingine, bwana Kamau, kifupi unaweza kutuelezea yule anayetutizama na anayetusikiliza umuhimu wa kupanda miti?
Wacha nianzie hivi na kusema kwa njia ile inaweza eleweka kabisa. No. Miti ni uhai, ambapo ukiangalia tu kwa kifupi ama kwa ile kitu mtu anazoona imekaribia yeye kwa kabisa, na ile kitu huwa na watu wana value sana ni maisha. Na kwa maisha huwa tunapumua na tunapunga hewa. Kwa hivyo ile hewa tunayoingiza ndani yetu ndio tuweze kuishi ni oxygen. Na watu walijua umuhimu wa oxygen sana sana hata wakati wa COVID. Ulisikia mahali hata oxygen imekuwa haipo, imeadimika hata kwa hospitali. Ile oxygen watu walikuwa wanalipa gharama kubwa sana kwa hospitali ili kuweza kustahimili na kuweka mtu akue hai. Lakini ile miti inatupea ile oxygen for free. Kwa hivyo ule mti ukiangalia yule ni kama lungs ya pili. Kwako unachukua ile oxygen, inakufanya unajihifadhi kama kimaisha, lakini wapumua ile tunaweza ni hewa kaa, ile carbon dioxide. Alafu haihitajiki hata kwa ulimwengu sababu ina cause mambo ya climate change. Kwa hivyo ukijua ile hali, ile carbon dioxide ukitoa inatumika pia na miti kwa kujenga kwa uhai wake pia. Kwa hivyo mtu, binadamu na mti tunafaa kujua hatuwezi tukaishi bila ile kitu kingine. Na ni Mungu alifanya ile maumbile ya kwamba ile hewa nahitaji ndio miti inatoa. Na ile hewa mimi napumua ndio miti inahitaji. Kwa hivyo ukiwa na lungs mbili wewe kama mwanadamu, ujue kuna ile lung iko kwa ile mti. Kwa hivyo kupanda ule mti pale, wewe mwenyewe unajipadia maisha. Na isiwe tu ni wewe penyewe unajipadia maisha, tuna watoto wetu na watoto wetu. Tungetaka ile mazingira tumepata imepandwa miti, hata sisi tuwaachie maisha mazuri na hewa safi kama katiba inavyotuambia. Hivyo ndio kitu ningeambia mtu, ukiinama pale ukipanda mti, ujue unapanda uhai, sio wako peke yako lakini wa mtu mwingine. Pia ukikata ule mti, jua kwa kweli wewe ni adui wa watu na wewe binafsi wewe mwenyewe, sababu unakata ile oxygen yenyewe unahitaji. Kwa hivyo tukitumia hiyo njia tunaweza kuhifadhi miti na tuchukue kama marafiki wa karibu wa sisi wenyewe. Uangalie ule mkulima kwa pale, amepanda maharagwe, amepanda mahindi, lakini kawaida anangoja tu mvua ikuje. Hajui science ya mvua inafanya kivipi. Lakini ule mti uko kwa shamba, ile maji ambayo inatoka kwa ule mti ndio inapanda juu, inayeyuka, inakuwa mvua. Kwa hivyo pia inasaidia hali ya anga na maji ya mvua iko. Kwa hivyo ukipanda ile mimea na ukue na mti pale, unasaidia pia mimea yako na unaweza pia vuna. Pia kuna mambo ya maji. Kila mtu anahitaji maji kwa nyumba yake, kukunywa, kwa mvua, kwa mambo ya ng'ombe na matumizi mengine yote. Bila mti, bila msitu, maji haipo. Kama saa hizi Kenya mzima tunasema hivi, 75% ya maji yale safi inatoka kwa zile chemichemi ambazo zimehifadhiwa na misitu. Kwa hivyo bila misitu tutakosa ile maji ambayo ni 75% of clean water. Na yenye itabaki ni ile ya bahari ama yenye uwezi hata ukaitua saa hizi uwezi ukaikunywa, maji ya chumvi yale. Kwa hivyo misitu ina muhimu. Then tuseme mali ya anga, kuna drought, sometime kuna pia floods. Ile misitu ikiwa pale, mvua ikiwa nyingi, ina uwezo wa kuchukua ile maji kuweka chini ya mchanga. Saa ile kuna kiangazi, inaitoa tu kwa utaratibu. Na ndio unaona hata saa zile kulikuwa na drought Kenya saa hizi. Ukiangalia mto Tana, mto Athi, Ewaso, Masai Mara, bado maji inatiririka. Unafaa ujiulize hii maji inatoka wapi? Ni ile ilichukuliwa na ile miti, ikaweka chini, ikaisafisha, ikaweka in control, alafu ikakuwa kama sponge. Ina release tu maji polepole, kuweka hai na kudumisha mambo ya ulimwengu. Kwa hivyo misitu na miti sio kitu tunafaa tuchezee, lakini kitu tunafaa tuichunge na tuhifadhi kwa njia zote zile.
Wow. Bwana Julius Kamau, nalikumbusha wakati ambapo nilimuona kule Nyandarua, katika ile Nyandarua County Strategic Plan, akizungumzia masuala haya na hapa anatema madini. Mtazamaji, ni 2:14 na arifiwa wakati wote tutakuwa tunaenda kule Harambee House, ambapo waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa Profesa Kindiki Kithure akiwa na mwenzake wa masuala ya uchukuzi Kipchumba Murkomen na Inspector General mkuu wa polisi Japhet Koome watakuwa wanahutubia vyombo vya habari kuhusiana na mikakati na mipango ya usalama na hususan barabarani wakati huu tunapojitayarisha kwa sherehe za mwaka mpya na vile vile pia za Christmas. Lakini kwa sasa msikilizaji, endapo unafungua runinga yako ya KBC Channel 1 kipindi Good Morning Kenya na Zinga Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya, mimi naitwa Rashid Mwamkondo, mwenzangu ni Dora Manya na studioni tuna naye mhifadhi mkuu wa misitu kutoka KWS, yani kumradhi KFS, Kenya Forest Service, bwana Julius Kamau. Bwana Julius, turudi hapa. Kenya ina mpango ya kuweza kupanda miche ama miti bilioni 10 kufikia mwaka wa 2032, angalau tuwe na miti ya kutosha humu nchini kama ulivyosema. Je, pengine kama KFC mko na hiyo capacity ya kuweza kufanya haya ama tu ni maandishi?
Rashid, kwanza niseme target imewekwa na His Excellency President.
Yes. Ni
kiwango ya kupanda miti bilioni 15 kufikia mwaka wa 2032. Kwa hivyo ni miaka 10 ijayo. Ameendelea kusema kwamba kwa ile kiwango ya miaka 5 ijayo tutaweza kupanda miti bilioni 5. That is kutoka mwaka wa 2023 hadi 27. Kutoka 27 hadi 32 miche ingine bilioni 10. Akafanya hesabu pia ndio kuwe rahisi kwa wananchi. Akasema kila mwana Kenya angepanda miti 300 kwa miaka 3. Kama miaka hiyo 10 tunafikia hiyo kiwango. Kwa hivyo ni Rashid na mimi na wale wengine wako hapa na watazamaji wote wako Kenya. Akiamua leo tu kupanda miti 300 peke yake kwa Wakenya milioni 50, tutafikia hicho kiwango. Ujumlisha kwamba hata useme ukaweza tu kila mwaka unapanda miti 30 peke yake, in the next 10 years utakuwa umemaliza. Kwa hivyo ikitajwa kama bilioni 15 inaonekana kama ni kiwango kubwa sana. Lakini ukija uangalie tu nambari zenyewe zenye hazidanganyi, unaona ni kiwango kidogo sana wananchi wa Kenya wakikubali sisi kufanya hivyo. Niseme hii sio kazi ya shirika la misitu la Kenya Forest Service. Hii sio kazi ya wizara ya mazingira na misitu. Hii sio kazi ya serikali. Ni mambo ya Kenya mzima. Kenya yote lazima tuungane pamoja. Ile principle of saying leaving no one behind. Hatutaki kuacha mtu yote. Na tukasema kwamba kuna binu mingi sana tunaweza tumia kufanya mambo ya kupanda miti. Iwe una birthday party mahali, unataka kusherehekea birthday yako, unaweza panda miti umri wako unaosherekea. Una mtoto wako mdogo anafanya hivyo, unaweza fanya hivyo. Mkifanya mambo ya wedding pia mpande miti. Mkienda pale mnakutana kama clan ama mnakutana kama jamii, mpande miti. Umesikia pia president amesema wale machifu hata nyumba 10 waanze mambo ya kupanda miti 3,000 kwa kila wiki. Kwa hivyo tukifanya hivyo na tuungane kama kila Mkenya, tunaweza fikia hiyo kiwango ya 30% tree cover by 2032. Kwa hivyo inawezekana.
Kuna swala moja hapa linajitokeza bwana Kamau, kwamba wito unatolewa kwa Wakenya waweze kupanda miti, lakini hakuna awareness inayofanywa. Huyu Mkenya atatafuta chakula weke kwenye tumbo lake ama atatafuta mti, na huu mti anautoa wapi apande?
Wacha nikueleza kwanza, ndio sababu tuko hapa asubuhi waelimisha wale watu Wakenya wote hawajasikia hiyo habari waweze kuisikia saa hizi. Na huu ni mwito wa muhimu, sababu hata miti yenyewe inatoa chakula. Mtu ule yako pale mashinani, tuseme yako kule Pwani ama Kwale, awe amepanda ule mkorocha, bado ni mti. Awe ni mwembe, bado ni mti. Mtu akuje Mount Kenya akuwe na ile macadamia, bado ni mti. Mwingine yapande mti ya iwe na hata ni cotton kule Western, bado ni mti. Kwa hivyo mti tu isiangaliwe kama ni kitu iko kando pale. Kwa maana nimekuambia, ukitaka mavuno yako unapanda ya mashamba ya maharagwe na mahindi inuke, unahitaji mti pale. Ukitaka uvune kahawa, unahitaji kivuli ya mti. Ukitaja mambo ya majani chai, ndio isagwe ikuwe majani chai, unahitaji mti. Ukitaka pia chemshamia maji kupepe maji, lazima unahitaji mti. So kuhifadhi udongo na mchanga yetu unahitaji kupanda miti. Kwa hivyo mti sio kando pale. Mti ni uhai na lazima tuweze kupanda miti kwa mashamba zetu. Ukaangalia mashamba zetu zenye tuko tunahitaji ya kuni. Ni kweli. Sababu ile chakula unavuna pale maharagwe utapika na nini kama una kuni? Kwa hivyo hauna njia nyingine.
Na si kweli kwamba ati kila mtu anatumia gas.
Na sio kila, kwa kweli asilimia 80 ya Kenyans wanatumia kuni kupikia. Hiyo ndio kweli. Kwa hivyo ule mtu wako pale anavuna maharagwe, anavuna mahindi, anasiaga mambo ya ugali ya kufanya sima, anahitaji bado kupika. Kwa hivyo anahitaji ule mti. Anataka ni kujenga ni mbao. okay, anahitaji ule mti kwa kujengea nyumba. Kwa hivyo mahitaji ya mti ni ya muhimu sana. Na watu wakipanda miti kwa mashamba zao, ile pressure inakuja kwa misitu yetu itafanya kupungua. Kwa hivyo mti sio uangalie kama ni kando. Mti lazima ikuwe ni jinsi yetu ya kuishi kama wa Kenya.
Kuna swala jingine linajitokeza Bwana Julius Kamau asubuhi leo kwamba hamasisho linatolewa kwa Wakenya kuweza kupanda miti. Ni kweli kwamba miti ina umuhimu mkubwa sana katika ustawi wa maisha yetu. Lakini hebu tuangalie katika taifa letu la Kenya. Utakuta kwamba shule nyingi ambazo upanzi wa miti ufanyika tayari zina miti yake. Je, tutapanda wapi wakati ambapo zile sehemu ambazo tunafaa sisi tupande miti wananchi wamezi-encroach, wanaishi kule ndani, wamejenga majumba yao, wanafanya makazi yao? Tutaanza vipi tufikie hii target ya rais?
Kwanza kama ni mambo ya encroachment, kama shirika na serikali tumefanya juhudi kubwa sana. Tangia mwaka 2029 hadi kwa wakati huu tumeweza kureclaim hekta niseme 57,000. Hiyo ni kiwango kubwa sana. Iwe ni pale Mau, iwe ni kule Samburu, sababu Mau tulikuwa na hektari karibu 14,400. Uende kule Kirisia Samburu, iko forest iko Samburu, wananchi wenyewe wakajitolea kwa hiari kutoka na kuacha sehemu ya ekari 30,000. Tukaenda kule Mount Elgon, kule Sosio, Cheptais, tumeweza kurecover another 10,000 kule. Lakini hata tunapofanya hivi, tunafanya kwa zile njia zinazofaa na kuzingatia haki za jamii. Na tunashukuru kwamba wale watu walitoka for example sehemu za Mao ama Kirisia, wao wenyewe wameungana na sisi kuhifadhi ile misitu. Sababu gani? Walijua wakiharibu misitu ile maji watapata tena. Na walipotoka nje na tukaungana pamoja, wameona maji yasharudi. Maji ya nani? Wao wenyewe kwanza kabla maji ende kwa wengine. Kwa hivyo tunauliza Mkenya yote mwenye amechukua shamba la serikali ya misitu, ni vizuri tu ajue kwamba hiyo ni ubinafsi na anahujumu bado sio yeye mwenyewe lakini vizazi vijavyo. Na ni muhimu tuelewane hivyo. Lakini mambo ya kupanda miti tuna sehemu kubwa sana Kenya mzima ambao tunaweza fanya kupanda miti. Kwa assessment tuliyofanya mwaka wa 2016 kuna sehemu kama milioni 38.8 milioni hektari ambao zinafaa kupandwa miti. Hii tunasema ya kufikia mwaka 2032 ni sehemu kidogo ile ya milioni 10.6. Hatujafikia ile kiwango. Kwa hivyo mahali ya kupanda miti bado Rashid iko mingi sana. Iwe ni kando ya barabara, iwe ni kando ya mto, iwe ni mashamba ya mashirika, iwe ni shule za msingi na bado zile za chuo kikuu, ile iwe ni kwa misitu zetu zenye mahali kuko degraded, iwe ni county forest zenye zimebaki. Kuna sehemu mingi sana ambao tunaweza fanya kupanda miti tufikie kiwango ya 30% tree cover.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, ni saa 2:22 saa za kanda ya Afrika Mashariki. Unaendelea kuitazama runinga unayoipenda ya KBC Channel 1, kipindi ni Good Morning Kenya, na upande wangu ni KBC Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya. Kipindi hewani ni Zinga, na hii leo msikilizaji tunazungumzia masuala ya mazingira na hususan jinsi ya kuhifadhi misitu yetu na kupanda miti katika taifa letu hili la Kenya. Na studioni kutuchanganulia swala hili si mwingine bali ni afisa mkuu wa Kenya Forest Service Bwana Julius Kamau ambaye yuko ndani ya studio. Mtazamaji, kumbuka unaweza kuwasiliana nasi kwenye mitandao yetu ya kijamii, kwenye radio @Radio Taifa FM, @Doramanya, @Momkondo, @KBC Channel 1 TV msikizaji, na vile vile pia nitakuwa nakupatia fursa kwenye line ya simu uweze kusemezana nasi hapa ndani ya studio. Bwana Kamau, kuna swala umeligusia. Mwanzo nashukuru umesema kwamba kupitia KFS na serikali mmeweza kureclaim 57,000 hectares za misitu ambao watu walikuwa wame-encroach, na ukagusia kidogo tu swala la Mau, na tunajua kwamba msitu wa Mau ndio chemi kubwa ya maji katika taifa la Kenya na hususan iko na global attention. Labda kwa yule ambaye anatutazama saizi, status ya Mau iko vipi?
Rashid, kabla ya kwenda Mau, sababu wananchi wakisikia tu misitu wanajua ni Mau, lakini acha nifanye kuelimisha kwamba kabla ya kufikia Mau, hapo nitaenda tu taratibu. Tuna sehemu kubwa sana za misitu na pia mahali zingine za misitu ambao pia wale wananchi wa ile area wamecontribute sana kwa kuconserve. Tuna Mount Kenya ecosystem ambao ni kubwa sana. Tuna Aberdare ecosystem ni kubwa sana. Tuna Mount Elgon na kuna Cherangani, na pia sasa tuna Mau. Sasa tukuje kwa Mau, tuseme tangia mwaka 2019 ndio tulikuwa na ile jukumu la kufanya reclamation. Na ndio nikasema tulireclaim 14,400 hectares wakati ule. na tulifanya hii jitihada kwa kuzingatia haki za jamii. Na kwa wakati huu nakwambia hivi Rashid, tangu mwaka 2019 hadi saa hizi miti isharudi kumea. Tunafanya na mashirika tofauti, sio mambo ya ministry ama Kenya Forest Service, tunaungana wote hadi county government. Na niseme mto Mara, hata kwa hii kiangazi yote umesikia, hujasikia mtu amesema ati ile ama nini wonders imekuwa affected. Maji imekuwa ikitiririka tu kutoka Mao hadi kwenda chini. Na hiyo ni kitu inaweza tufunza kitu moja. Tukiweza kuzingatia mambo ya kuhifadhi misitu, basi tunahifadhi maisha zetu. Kwa hivyo ile maji ya Masai Mara bado inafurika, mto iko sawa kwa sababu ya zile juhudi. Na kwa hivyo tunaendelea kufanya hilo kwa kila sehemu ya Kenya, sio tu Mao, lakini kwa mahali pengine popote Kenya. Kwa hivyo niseme tumeona matunda ya uhifadhi wa Mao, kama vile tumeona matunda kuhifadhi zile misitu zingine katika Kenya.
Alright, umeweza kuzungumzia na ukatahadharisha kwamba watu wasifikirie tu msitu ni msitu wa Mao peke yake. Tunaona kwamba Arabuke Sokoke ambayo iko katika kaunti ya Kilifi ni msitu ambao uko na miti indigenous mingi sana katika taifa hili letu la Kenya. Je, mnafanya juhudi gani kuhakikisha kwamba mnalinda msitu ule, na je kuna possibility kwamba msitu ule wa Arabuke Sokoke uko under threat?
Misitu yote Kenya iko under threat. Rashid, misitu yote iko under threat. Na ningetaka tujue kwamba misitu ni resources. Wananchi wa Kenya wengi ambao wamekaribia msitu, ambao tunaita ni adjacent forest communities, adjacent to the forest, wengi wao ni wale wa kiwango ya chini. Wale tunasema ni mostly tuseme ni hustlers. Na kwa kawaida unapata maisha yao kawaida, sababu ule mtu alizaliwa akijua msitu ni jirani, hajui kitu kingine. Kwa hivyo kwake hata kuingia pale na kukata kuni haoni kama ni madhambi. Yeye anaona tu ni hali ya kuishi. Akiingia pale apate kuna shida, labda mimea yake haijafanya vizuri, labda kuna kiangazi kama ile kiangazi ilikuwa, alafu aone hana kitu ya kupea watoto wake jioni, utampata ameingia pale na amefanya kupata ule mti akate mbao aweze kujisaidia na kunafaika. Kwa hivyo ndio tunasema kama shirika kwamba hatuangalii tu wale watu kando ya misitu kama tu watu wengine. Tumekubaliana tufanye kazi na wao pamoja, ndio pia tuweze kuanzisha zile programs zinaweza improve their livelihood, ndio waweze kupunguza pressure katikati ya msitu. Kwa hivyo hata ile Arabu Sokoke bado ni vile tu imezungukwa na wananchi. Uzuri pale at least kuweka ua ya stima, na pia watu wana access ya pale. Na tumesema tuna wadau wengi sana including the forest communities. Tunafanya kazi na wao. Na tumezaidia hata wao wenyewe wametoa wale community scouts na wanaungana na maofisa wetu wa shirika la misitu, na wanaweza kutambua mahali kuna shida, wana report na tunaweza kurekebisha na ku make sure ile msitu iko imara. Na pia kuna system tumekuja nayo ambayo inaweza detect changes, ni ya satellite na iko kwa mobile phone, alafu tunaita forest alert. Ile ni ile ikidetect kuna change mahali, satellite imageries inatuma picha ama mambo kwa ule ofisa wa misitu rangers, na wanaweza kujua shida iko wapi, na wanaweza kuenda pale kwa muda usio mwingi sana na kurekebisha ile hali. Kwa hivyo tunaungana na communities kuenda kulinda misitu, sababu bila wao ni vigumu sana shirika la misitu kusema tutaweza kulinda misitu, ila palipo kufanya kazi vizuri na wale wanakaa karibu na misitu.
Alright, mtazamaji, basi naarifiwa iko hivi sasa ni saa 2:28. Tutakuwa tunachukua pumziko fupi. Tutakaporudi tutasonga mbele, lakini kwa sasa nitakuwa nakupeleka moja kwa moja hadi katika vingazi vya afisi ya Harambee, ambapo ni afisi ya rais na vile vile pia ni afisi ya Wizara ya Usalama wa Kitaifa ndani, ambapo yupo baada ya Waziri Kithure Kindiki, Kipchumba Murkomen na Inspector General wa Polisi Japhet Kome. Wacha tusikilize mtazamaji, alafu tutakaporudi tutasonga mbele.
I'm joined by my brother and colleague, the Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport. We are also here with some of our PSs. In particular, present today is the Principal Secretary for Interior and National Administration, Dr. Raymond Omolo. We also have with us the Principal Secretary for Roads, Engineer Joseph Mbogwa. We also have the Principal Secretary for Transport, Mr. Mohamed Dagar. We have with us the Director General of the National Transport and Safety Authority, Mr. George Njau. We also have other senior officials from our two ministries, including the Regional Commissioner for Nairobi and other senior officers present from the two ministries. I'll proceed to make a few remarks. Thereafter, we will start first with the CS for Roads and Transport, the Honorable Murkomen, making a few remarks on road safety issues. Thereafter, I'll make a few remarks on enforcement of traffic laws and other enforcement matters during these celebrations. And thereafter, both myself and Minister Murkomen will take one or two questions, and we will finish before 9 o'clock. It is now my pleasure and privilege to invite the Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport, to make his remarks. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you very much, CS Professor Kindiki, for not only hosting us, but also for that introduction. We are here to demonstrate to the country that on the matter of road safety, like all other matters in this republic, we take a joint government approach. And joint government approach means that all government agencies responsible for delivery of services in any sector should be able to work together. And that's the reason why the Ministry of Roads and Transport and the Ministry of Interior are here together to demonstrate that we take responsibility collectively and we act collectively. My colleague, Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki, CS of Interior, Principal Secretary is present, members of the Fourth Estate who are here, ladies and gentlemen. As the holiday season begins, motorists will be traveling to various destinations to celebrate the festives with their families and friends. It is imperative for all road users to observe road traffic rules and reduce road carnage, which has in the past been rampant during this season. From the analysis of past reports, a high number of road carnage results from avoidable human factors, including driving under influence of alcohol, speeding, dangerous overtaking, fatigue, and ignoring traffic lights and signs, among others. And to demonstrate that very important fact, I actually want to read for you the statistics that will be shared with you together with this press statement. But just for Kenyans to appreciate, the statistics are very, very clear. When we tell people that accidents are avoidable, I want to read for you for the fatalities for this year, how it is distributed. For losing control, we lost 27 people. For overtaking improperly, 14 people died. And I'm saying only December. I'm not talking about the entire period. For failing to keep to near side to proper traffic lane, we lost 13 people, December. For excessive speed, we lost 12 people. For misjudging clearance, we lost 7 people. For crossing without consideration of junctions, 5 people. So all these, the so-called accidents, all of them, like we said in our statement, would have been avoided. An analysis of NTSA shows 3% increase in road carnage as at 15th November this year, with fatalities standing 4,432 compared to 4,271 during the same period last year. This is the highest death toll the country has ever registered since independence. And again, to read for you just statistics that will be shared with you, is for you to just take consideration that we have lost 4,449 people. Actually, 4,449 as at December. That was November. What I read was November. And if you see the statistics, pedestrians who are crossing road are 1,595. You have drivers who are 403. And these are the ladies and gentlemen we depend on to protect the others, because these mistakes that would have been avoided is largely because of the drivers. You have passengers in vehicles, there are 793. You have motorcycle passengers, 411. But listen to this. We have lost 1,190 motorcycle riders. 1,190. This is really very, very, very painful even to read, to see how we are losing people. We've lost actually 1 year the number of people more than the ones we lost in the entire period of COVID, through accident. And this is very painful just even to read as a government minister. The government has stepped up efforts to reduce this by adopting a multi-pronged strategy that entails public awareness and enforcement. We are working with citizens to promote personal responsibility by encouraging passengers in both private and public vehicles to speak out against reckless driving and other habits that endanger the lives of Kenyans. Indeed, we have said we are not helpless as Kenyans. Passengers should not act like they are helpless. You can do something. If you board a motor vehicle and the driver is drunk, you have a duty to either alight from that vehicle or to tell the owners of the motor vehicle to change the driver. If you are in a motor vehicle and in for 2-3 kilometers, the driver is committing traffic offenses, you have a right to either stop him jointly together as passengers and report him to the police, or alight from the vehicle. We shouldn't feel like we're helpless, because the statistics we've read show that 90% of the deaths and the accidents we have are as a result of direct human error. As we launch the 2022 December Festive Enforcement Initiative, we take cognizance of the following. A high number of road crashes occur at night due to poor visibility. In this regard, we urge motorists, especially those driving heavy commercial vehicles and public service vehicles operating at night, to implement measures that will enhance visibility. This includes proper positioning of signage like triangles, chevrons, and recta reflective. Additionally, motor vehicle owners must move with speed to remove stalled vehicles within 1 hour of an incident and ensure proper signs are placed at safe distance on the road to warn approaching motorists. I have instructed Kenya National Highways Authority, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, and Kenya Rural Roads Authority to heighten surveillance on our roads and ensure that all stalled vehicles are towed immediately, but not more than 1 hour, to enable smooth flow of traffic. I have further directed Kenya and Kura, which is the Kenya National Highway and Kenya Urban Roads, to ensure vehicles passing through way bridges are roadworthy as per the requirement of Traffic Act. Cases of non-compliance must be reported to the law enforcement. Number 2, motor vehicle owners and PSV operators have often seen the festive season as a time to maximize on profit, occasioning the stretching of operations in total disregard for passenger safety. Drivers have often been overworked and servicing of vehicles overlooked in the name of minimizing operational cost. Private motor vehicle owners, heavy commercial vehicle owners, and PSV circles should ensure drivers are well rested and vehicles are well serviced before taking to the roads. Instead of overworking one driver, this is the right season to employ an extra driver. Mental health concerns in the public transport sector must also be taken into consideration. Government health facilities are open to any motorist battling depression, stress, and other mental illness. I have also directed the NTSA to intensify the Usalama Barabarani program, an awareness campaign to effect positive behavior change among road users. The authority is already engaging PSV circles on the well-being of drivers and ensure they are sensitizing on their role in preventing road carnage. Further, NTSA should issue a road safety compliance checklist for members of the public and PSV sector players to keep them in know on what is expected of them. To this end, I urge members of the public to report incidences of lawlessness and reckless driving to the police through the hotline 911. Remember, usalama barabarani ni jukumu letu sote. Let us all work together to keep our roads safe. I wish you Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2023. Asante sana. Thank you. Welcome back, Waziri.
Thank you very much, Minister Murkomen. I would also want to make a few remarks relating to the subject matter, but with particular emphasis on enforcement of the law during this season. The holiday season that has already or is about to begin traditionally brings a surge in the number of vehicles on our roads across the country, as more and more Kenyans and their loved ones travel from places of work or stations of day-to-day occupation to join their families, relatives, and friends, or to take a much-deserved holiday. We are bound to see travelers on the go, and therefore more and more vehicles on our roads. Regrettably, the festive season also tends to witness a sharp rise in the number of road accidents, resulting in many injuries and loss of lives. There is a manifest correlation between the increase in the incidences of recorded accidents and the higher number of vehicles on our roads around this time of the year. But the high number of accidents also point to human error and the merrymaking and other indulgences typical of the festive season as major contributors to this notable spike. Our records over the years and investigations that have followed many of these accidents yield overwhelming evidence that many of these accidents are and can be preventable. This is achievable if our road users practice more fidelity to sensible road mannerisms on our roads, observing traffic regulations, and a stricter enforcement of and compliance with the relevant traffic rules. During this festive season, I have directed the police to crack down heavily and without exceptions all those found flouting our traffic rules. I have given the Inspector General of Police my personal assurances and those of the Government of the Republic of Kenya that we will provide its officers with the necessary support to enforce the safety of every Kenyan on our roads, and a deliberate campaign targeting the reduction of our unacceptable high road fatalities, as the Minister for Roads and Transport has read out to us just now. We expect 100% compliance with all the rules and regulations governing movement on our roads. These rules must be observed in their entirety by all people, irrespective of rank or other classification. Today, we are therefore launching a road safety initiative that will be conducted beginning immediately and without fail on all our main roads across the country. Specifically, this operation will crack down on the following traffic offenses: speeding, overloading of goods and excess passengers, contravening of licensed public service vehicle routes, night operation without a valid night travel license, operating a PSV without valid licenses, operating vehicles without valid inspection, installation of unlawful lights on motor vehicles, drink driving, delayed removal of stored vehicles, and any other traffic infringements. Further, I have directed the police to work closely with the National Transport and Safety Authority and other state agencies to ensure the effective implementation of this exercise. It is our expectation that those who will find themselves on the wrong side of the law during this campaign will not only be arrested, but they will be subjected to the due process of punishment, including instant fines where applicable, and eventually prosecution. I urge all Kenyans to exercise vigilance on our roads and to play their respective roles in ensuring all of us get to our destinations safe and sound. Other than enforcement of traffic laws across our roads, I also want to note that it is during this time of the year that many of our citizens go into merrymaking. And I want just to highlight two issues that we are very concerned about, and we will be very vigilant to ensure that we rein on these two issues which are related to the season that we are getting into. The first one is indulgence in alcohol. While the drinking of alcohol is not illegal, we are aware many unscrupulous vendors and stockists of alcohol use this opportunity to make a killing, to make profits by selling adulterated, illicit, and dangerous drinks in the name of alcohol. We want to serve notice on the profiteers who have consistently preyed on the merrymaking season to sell dangerous drinks and illicit alcoholic drinks, that we will be on your case, and the harm that you're causing to the country is equivalent to the harm that every other criminal is causing to our country. I say no more on that. Finally, during this season, we also note that the merrymaking has in many instances also led to the exploitation of children, including sexual violation. Therefore, I have directed all the national government administrative officers, regional commissioners, county commissioners, deputy county commissioners, assistant county commissioners, chiefs, assistant chiefs, and Nyumba Kumi officials to make sure that they go out of their way to make sure that during this season, we do not have our children abused through sexual exploitation, but also, as it happens oftentimes, our children are not abused through exposure to alcohol and drugs. Finally, to reiterate what the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport has said, that the government takes road safety and enforcement of the law collectively and jointly. And this statement, especially by the two ministries here, is done collectively on behalf of government and on behalf of even other ministries which are not represented here. I therefore take this opportunity to wish all the citizens of Kenya and all visitors to our beautiful country happy holidays and a fruitful, blessed, and prosperous 2023, just days ahead. Thank you very much. If any of you, ladies and gentlemen, have a question or two between Minister Murkomen and I, we can answer them, but as I said, we need to finish by 9. Thank you. God bless you, and thank you for coming early in the morning.
Channel 1. Bila shaka mtazamaji unaendelea kuitazama runinga ya KBC Channel 1, kama unavyoona kwenye runinga yako ni waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa Profesa Kindiki Kithure akiwa na mwenzake pale wa uchukuzi Mheshimiwa Kipchumba Murkomen, ambapo muda mchache uliopita wameweza kuhutubia vyombo vya habari kuhusiana na mikakati ambayo serikali imeweka kuhusiana na masuala mazima ya usalama barabarani wakati huu wa sherehe za Christmas. Mtazamaji, tulikuwa tumechukua pumziko fupi kwenye runinga, lakini tumerudi na ndani ya studio hapa KBC Radio Taifa Sauti ya Mkenya, kipindi Zinga, ikiwa ni dakika 8 zimesalia kuweza kutimia saa 3. Niko naye bwana Julius Kamau ambao ni mhifadhi mkuu wa misitu nchini kutoka Kenya Forest Service. Bado nitachukua simu mbili msikilizaji tuweze kumalizia sehemu hii. Hello Radio Taifa. Hello Radio Taifa. 0700176699. Tafadhali mtazamaji na msikilizaji, ukija hewani punguza sauti ya radio yako. Hello Radio Taifa. Hello Radio Taifa. Hello Radio Taifa.
Halo Radio Taifa. Asalamu alaykum.
Wa alaykum salam. Mohamed Dawa, twende moja kwa moja kwenye swali.
Moja kwa moja mimi namuuliza mkurugenzi.
Naam.
Miti ina urefu gani? Maana kuna watu hujipandia hata manyasi upanda tu zijitu tu, unaona. Msitu ambao wataka mti ni mkubwa, ni mti ambao utakuwa ni ukubwa gani, unaona?
Asante Mohamed Dawa kutoka kipindi Tana Delta. Hello Radio Taifa.
Hello KBC Radio Taifa.
Yes.
Rashid.
Yes sir.
Habari asubuhi.
Mzuri sana ndugu yangu.
Ushaingia kaunti ya Lamu hapa. Leonard, mambo?
Karibu sana Leonard.
Mimi nampongeza huyo mheshimiwa. Naona kazi yake
All right, asante. Simu yako kidogo imeleta mushkili lakini asante. Hello Radio Taifa.
Hello Rashid.
Yes sir.
Habari asubuhi.
Karibu mzuri sana.
Hili swala la forest. Ni muhimu sana. Na katika pia kuvuna. I think kama Kenya pia tuna haki ya kuvuna, lakini kulikuwa na mipangilio hapa awali ya kwamba kabla hujakata mti mmoja huo uko na miti 10 unapanda.
Naam.
naona kama ni utaratibu mzuri sana, na tukifuatilia hivyo itakuwa ni bora zaidi.
Okay, asante bwana Julius. Kama hizi simu ni nyingi na tuna dakika 2 tu kuweza kuzitackle, labda ukianza ule kutoka Tana Delta Kipini aliuzia, je, urefu wa kupanda miti ni vipi? Watu wanajipandia tu.
Kwa kweli hilo ni swali changamoto, lakini kwa kiwango inategemea ni mti aina gani. Lakini tuseme ukipata mti wa ile futi 1 ama futi 2 uko sawa, lakini niseme ya kwamba ile kitu muhimu zaidi ni kuchunga huo mti. Unaweza pata hata ukiwa mkubwa size sawa, lakini usipouchunga bado hautamea. Kwa hivyo ndio naweza sema, na pia wakitaka pia kupata maarifa zaidi wanaweza pia fikia maofisa wetu wa msitu na wataweza kuwaguide. Kuna hii mambo ya mambo ya ukikata moja unapanda. Tungesema hilo kitu ni wazo nzuri na tungehimiza wa Kenya, unapokata mti nilisema hiyo ni oxygen unakata. Kwa hivyo huwezi kukaa bila kupumua. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri ukikata mti upande zile miti zingine kama 10 ama hata 50 kulingana na hata umri wako. Kwa hivyo hilo ni wazo nzuri na ningesupport wa Kenya wote wakubali hilo wito. Kenya mzima tunaweza songa mbele kwa hili target ya 30% recover.
Kuna jamaa kutoka Lamu wamepongeza sana kazi yako, nasema unafanya kazi nzuri sana.
Nashukuru, mnamshukuru sana. Nasema Mungu ambariki, na wakiwa kule chini waendelee kuelimishana na kusupport wa maafisa wetu na tuendelee kushikana pamoja tuweze ku green our country.
Labda swali la mwisho, sijui utalichukulia aje swala hili. Rais Daktari William Ruto amekuja na mfumo kuweza kusaidia watu wa chini, mahustlers, kuenuka ili angalau maisha yawe mazuri. Sijui kama Kenya Forest Service muna mipango gani kubuni nafasi za ajira, let's say huko kupanda miti iwe mnajumuisha sana vijana, alafu mnawapatia kitu angalau visa vya uhalifu vipungue.
Niseme kwanza, kabla ya hapo niseme kwanza kesho ni siku muhimu sana. Kesho kuna launch ya National Tree Growing campaign na itakuwa both national level na county level. National level itakuwa kule Gong Hills, kuna baridi, na Mheshimiwa Rais the President Dr. William Ruto ndiye atakuwa mgeni wa heshima kuongoza wa Kenya mahali popote walipo kupanda miti. Na niseme kwa kila county pia tutakuwa na zile events, na maofisa wetu wa misitu wote wametayarisha, watafanya kazi na county commissioners na governors, pia wataweza kuhost ma CSs na ma PS kutoka zile sehemu tuweze ku create awareness in the entire country about the tree growing. Na niseme kwamba hii mambo ya program ya 30% target haihusishi tu mambo ya kupanda miti, inajari ajira na itaweza ku create what we are calling green jobs. Kwa hivyo inatumia wana youth na vikundi za kina mama, wazee wote. Lazima tuweze kumfanya mambo ya kupanda miti sio tu kupanda miti. Inaweza kuwa na maana kwa vijana na kuwapea nafasi za kazi. Hata tukiongea saa hizi mambo tunatengeneza zile sites za Gong Hills na every county, tumeajiri vijana, tunawaita Green Army, wenye wamekuja kusaidia kuchiba mashimo na wenye watakuwa na sisi kesho, na pia after that wataendelea kusaidia sisi kuchunga zile miti. Kwa hivyo, na pia tusenge mambo ya tree nurseries ambao inatumia nafasi nzuri sana kwa vijana kujiunga pamoja na kuweza kufanya private tree nurseries. Na I know wakitumia pia hii pesa ya Hustlers Fund wanaweza pia support mambo ya tree nursery. Ndio pia serikali wakati mmoja inaweza pata nafasi ya kununua zile miche, ama wale washirika dau wetu wanaweza pia nunua kutoka kwao. Kwa hivyo iwe tu sio kupanda miti, lakini tunaweza kukuza vipawa za watu, wapate nafasi ya kazi, wajijenge pia na waweze pia kusupport sisi kwa ile kazi tunasema kama serikali.
Labda tu tukimalizia, naomba hii kamera hapa inayokuangalia uiangalie, alafu uzungumze na Wakenya neno lako la mwisho kuhusiana na masuala mazima ya upanzi wa miti na vile vile pia uhifadhi wa misitu.
Niseme kwamba tunashukuru Wakenya wote popote mlipo kwa kuungana na sisi kwa mwito wa rais wa kufikia kiwango ya 30% by 2032. Na nimewahimiza nikasema miti iko na majukumu mengi sana ambayo inahusisha maisha yetu. Bila miti maisha yetu iko hatarini. Mliona wakati wa kiangazi tuliegemea miti na maji yenye ilikuwa imebaki. Kwa hivyo nafasi ya saa hizi ni uchukue jukumu, sio ya serikali, jukumu yako binafsi. Uweze kupanda miti na sio kupanda kuikuza. Iwe ni ya matunda, iwe ni ya mbao, iwe ni ya kuni, iwe ni ya chemchemi ya maji, hiyo miti yote itasaidia sisi. Na ukipanda mti saa hizi unasaidia jamii, sio kizazi hichi, lakini watoto na watoto wetu. Kwa hivyo tuchukue jukumu kama ni individual responsibility, sababu serikali kiwa na mwito pia huko na kuwa patriotic na kusikiza serikali na kuungana na sisi, na tujue kwamba tunapopanda miti tunachunga uhai, tunaweka mambo yetu ya mazingira iko sawa, mambo ya misitu itakuwa sawa, mambo ya chakula itakuwa sawa, na mambo ya kiangazi haitakuwa mzito kama vile hatungekuwa tumepanda miti. Kwa hivyo chukua jukumu. Hata wakati wa Krismasi ukifika nyumbani, weka ile miti mahali iko karibu na nyumba, unaweza pea maji. Kama kuna mvua, panda miti kwa mashamba yako, na upande ule mtu ambao unaweza kunufaisha wewe mwenyewe na jamii yako. Tukifanya hivyo, hii mambo ya 300 itakuwa imefika. Na tunasema hivi, after 3 years kama utakuwa umepanda miti 300, utapewa ile certificate of green conduct, so that hata ukienda kutafuta kazi unaojulikana kwamba wewe umechukua wito wa serikali wa ku green the country. Na finally, now I wish all of them a Merry Christmas, happy festival season and a happy green year 2023.
Asante. Sasa unaweza ukaniangalia mimi. Na mtazamaji, kufikia hapo sina budi kutamatisha kipindi hiki kwa niaba ya wote ambao wamefanikisha Zinga asubuhi ya leo na Good Morning Kenya. Kwanza Bwana Julius Kamau, niseme shukran sana kupitia afisi yako. Tumekuwa tukiwasiliana naye sana ndugu yetu Neshe paka kufika kwako hapa ndani ya studio leo. Asante. Na vile vile pia niseme shukran sana kwa wakuu wangu ambao wameweza kufanikisha wewe kuja hapa ndani ya studio, mkuu wa kitengo Bernard Maranga, bila kumsahau vile vile pia mkuu anayesimamia KBC English Service na Swahili Service B Julia Wenjiko. Asante sana Ben Kamuti na kikosi chako, wapige picha wangu wote hapa ndani ya studio, akiwemo mwanadada huyu hapa mbele yangu na hawa wengine wote. Majina leo nitayabana kwa sababu ni wengi. Mtazamaji, asante sana na kurejesha upande wa pili wa Good Morning Kenya, na huko tutakuwa tunaingia raundi ya mwisho ya kipindi Zinga nikiwa naye mwenzangu Dora Manya, na muona John Angare yuko standby. Jamani, si leo mwache John Angare asome habari kwenye redio lakini aonekane kwenye TV. Naitwa Rashid Mwamkondo. Radio.
Hujawahi kulishwa na mtu yoyote dunia hii. Sasa vipi ule mpango wako wewe na bibi mkubwa umefikia wapi?
Uone kunisimamia namna hiyo ulio.
Maisha yetu hayakuhusu wewe hapa, ni uondoke.
Wajua sipendi hii tabia yako kutoka na mtoto wangu bila kuniambia wewe.
Zari, ulikuwa umelala bana?
Hii ni haki yangu and I always get what I want.
coming back.
And from that cogent discussion there on forest conservation, we now come back to studio and train our focus on parenting during festive season. That is what you're set to converse in like the next 40 minutes or so. I have created First Time with Immaculate Salaon, who is the founder and CEO of Community Initiative Agenda, also a parent. And at the center is Duncan Chumo, who's a life coach, a parent and a teacher by training. Welcome to the program, lady and gent.
Thank you, Doreen.
Thank you.
Excited about Christmas, just 5 days to Christmas. All right, this is actually the longest school break since learners resumed school after COVID-19 break. We are talking about 2 months. Some weeks already down, like 2 or something already down. And I want to start with you, Immaculate, on this one. Is this something that parents need to be celebrating or happy about? 2 months in the house with children?
Thank you, Doreen. This is a time the parents should be celebrating because they actually have an opportunity to engage with children. And we see parents very busy and doing so many things, but I think their core business is parenting. And I'm looking at 2 months as a big opportunity to be with children. Those that are coming from boarding schools, what are the issues they have faced there? Engage the children, get to know what they liked, what they didn't like, and then now start planning on how to spend the time together. Call for a family meeting and really start planning, involving everybody in the family, including the nannies or the domestic workers, because sometimes these are the people taking care of the children. Yeah, so it's a great opportunity. And to me, yes.
It's a good time for parents to be with children.
Oh, yes.
2 months, such a long time, but there's so much you can do in these 2 months.
Yes, if they know what to do with them.
I hear you.
Yes.
I want to pick your voice on something that Immaculate has said, Duncan, and this is on the issue of parenting is the core business of parents. And there's really quite a lot that parents could be doing. And I mean, right now, anytime we have a conversation, you don't mean to talk about the high cost of living and parents really being engaging in looking for jobs and work, even at this point where it's supposed to be a holiday. But parenting is the core business of a parent. How do you navigate this? How do you do this?
Well, I have very interesting comments around parenting being the core business.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we have data that shows that parents are scared when their children are at home. I mean, we've had teachers say, I think there was a time the Minister of Education also said you can't leave parenting. I think it was the PS. You can't leave parenting to teachers.
PS Kim Sang, actually, it was just 2 weeks ago, and he was talking about
parenting is scary. I read a quote that says, especially those of parents who have teenagers, they said, teenagers are God's revenge on humanity for people you created in your own image who do not necessarily respect or do what you want them to do.
That looks like a tongue twister.
Yeah, but you know, God created us and sometimes we don't behave like the way He wants. And so God created teenagers to teach us a little bit about how that feels.
Okay.
But I think the thing is, the long holiday is actually an opportunity to actually even know your children. You know, there are scenarios where they say, you know, whatever you do will follow you, and sometimes kids are not available enough to see what their parents are all about. You know, stories about where your grandfather came from, you know, they're missing in the action because we live either in towns and all. And so this holiday gives an opportunity for you to actually parent. And part of parenting is not to be there, you know, with a stick and all that, but it's about just being available for your children, also to pick out nuances that this is that, you know, your perfections, imperfections, but this is who we are, you know. because we have a lot of identity crisis in high schools. You know, you've seen, you know, children turning out differently in many other scenarios, drugs and all that. But part of it is just to also realize that maybe your child is that, sometimes we give feedback to parents and say, hey, your kid is not the most behaved person in the society. But you have parents who keep defending all that. So part of parenting is to agree that, hey, I have a situation. You know, mine started doing one or two things and I'm dealing. And part of it is just giving them hope. And so parenting to the core is actually being available for those who are around you and your family. If anything, someone said, your family is your license for what you do. So really, this is, I think, an opportunity for parents to have time and get to know even their children. Sometimes you think you know your children, you don't, until you spend some time with them, asking critical questions, or something, just listening, paying attention to them, picking nuances, intuitions, and you realize maybe you're living with a few fraudsters in your house, and you just need to,
You're choosing to be economical with the words that are in your head.
Careful, this is a parenting.
It's a parenting show. You want to add on that?
Yeah, I want to comment on what he just said, that our parents have to be there for their children.
Yes.
It's very unfortunate that we see parents sending their children up country. They close today, tomorrow they are heading to up country. You didn't have the children for, like, when they were in school, when they were in boarding school, even when they were going every day, you'd wake up in the morning, go to the office, and they go to school. So you really never had an opportunity. So it is important. You must be intentional. We take leaves for other things, but we take leave to go and stay with our children. Good question. Tell your boss, I have my children. This is a whole project that needs your attention. Get time and have a meeting. They're on holiday, have a meeting with your family, the entire family. It could be around dinner or family meal, and get to understand each other and plan together. Get to know what they like. It's not about being an authoritarian, that you must do this, you must do this, you must not do this. Walk the journey, respect children, listen to them. Get to know what they like, what they don't like. Get to know what kind of support they need from you. And really offer that unconditional love. Yes.
But there's some quarters that would argue immaculate, and I'm already seeing Duncan agreeing with you on that point of not taking them to up country.
Yes.
But again, what I wanted to ask, that there's some quarters that would say, but I am taking them to up country and I will visit, or I will be there. Plus, when you talk about even learning about our culture, custom and traditions, we've just said that they were in the city maybe the whole year. So where is the harm in sending them to the village or up country?
You see, Doreen, there is no plan with whoever will be up country. That I would like you to engage my children to know, like the family tree. Who are they? Where do they come from? What's the culture? And let the children also know that there will be these sessions. You see, we have children in the urban areas, and we have children in the rural areas. So these ones in town have their own lifestyle. So when they go up country, sometimes they get frustrated because the lifestyle is different and you didn't prepare them. Neither did you prepare the caregivers where they are going. That probably there are a few activities that you could do so that it is enjoyable. And that's why you hear children from urban centers, when they go home, they're doing all sorts of crazy things. Why? Nobody prepared them. That's not their usual environment. So if there is a plan, you take them there and you sit down with the caregiver. It could be a grandmother, whoever it is, and say, hey, you're here for a week. What do you want to do here? First, listen to them. What do you want to do? What do you like when you come here? And then now, together, plan. Day one, this is what we want to do. Day two, this is what we want to do. That engagement, that respect for the child is not about telling. Listen
this
to them.
needs to be like a consolidated
Yes. And agree on a number of things. Set up even rules together. Not you saying, I don't want you to come at this time. I don't want to do, I don't. set the rules together.
This is indeed quite a shift from how parenting was.
I know.
Yeah.
You set rules with children.
Oh yes, together. Because if you do it, every time they'll endeavor to break. Okay. And you'll be very frustrated. They'll be very frustrated. We are talking about working together. And then values. What are the values for our family?
We'll come to that. We'll come to that momentarily. Yeah. But you are just agreeing with how this is a shift.
I was agreeing with the shift. I was agreeing with the preparation. Yes. But I was not agreeing with a few other. I think context matters.
All right. Yes.
One, I'm of the opinion that these kids who grow up in town should go to the village, get to even see where food comes from, you know, and realize that, you know, sometimes we grow up, you reach, you know, I'm getting into that age where doctors are telling me to eat more ngwashes than meat, yet my teachers told me if I work hard, I'll eat meat. But
and you can't reconcile.
Yes. So the thing is, the kids need to be in a space where they get to understand the full context. If they are to understand where they come from, there are reports or compositions. My holiday is a lot richer when they interacted with a cow in the village as opposed to one on national TV. Or, you know. So in that sense, I agree. But also we must understand as parents that we were once children and they are not yet parents. So even in the negotiations, you ask more powerful questions as opposed, and I agree with her in the sense that you co-create, but even in the co-creation, you're leading them to see the blind spots in their judgment because they are kids. You know, there's a level at which it's my way or the highway in my house. There's a time I had someone living with me and they said I shouldn't get to their room because I'm interfering with their privacy, and they said I built this house because I needed freedom to get into every room that I want anytime I want. So as parents, I got to, you know, co-create that environment, but at the same time I agree that they need to be taken to different contexts. To emphasize Immaculete's point is just that I think our involvement it shouldn't mean that we are shoving off responsibility to people in the village. Now they are saying they can't take tea, black tea, or, you know, they are saying they can't take tea without bread, and, you know, those, you know, while sometimes we are at fault.
Must have sausages and eggs.
Must have sausages and eggs. Yet, you know, some of us grew up. You take breakfast at 11.
Not at 7.
Some, you know, I almost said githeri, but my in-laws will kill me because. But the point is that there are contexts, and the beauty of our culture is understood in those contexts. The unfortunate thing, and I think Immaculate alluded to it, is when parents say we take kids at home, sometimes for us it's the safest option currently, because in town you don't even know your neighbor. You know, in Nairobi city sometimes it takes a year for you to realize your neighbor is fond of wearing a yellow cap or something like that. So my point is sometimes that's the safest, but also what we are emphasizing is we are saying get involved, get to know what they are doing, get to prepare their mind and say, by the way, you're used to waking up this way in that context. Maybe you have to milk your own, you know, milk for you to make tea with milk. You know, the context is different. The shop with the milk packet is you actually doing something. And I think they'll have it fun if you make it experiential in that sense. But at the same time, we must also understand the context we live in as parents. It's very difficult to parent. Kids know much more. I was in a space where I was doing something with kids and teenagers, and I asked them, what is the best gift you've ever been given by your parents? And it was Wi-Fi.
Really?
Yes.
Not even spending time understanding me as a child?
No. And that's why a kid can easily even commit suicide, because they were denied access to their phone, because their life is defined by that gadget. So we must also understand that every generation is different, and while as parents we have a desire to bring up children the best way possible, there's also a level at which you are not in control, and maybe you just thank God that, you know, they turn out right. Maybe a caveat, even God's children didn't turn out very correct, so don't beat yourself up when your kids also just do.
Like a message of hope.
Yeah, the emphasis is do what is required of you as a parent.
And pray they turn out best.
Yes.
And if they do, thank God for that.
Yeah, if they don't turn out, at least there'll be an example in a sentence of a bad children. There's a benefit to it.
Making that kind at this point.
I'm just saying, as we encourage parents to be present, and that's key, because you don't want to grow up and your kids don't even know who you are. They don't even know, if your kid asks you what's my favorite color, especially girls,
yes,
and you don't know how much hurting that is.
Yes, yeah.
And maybe that color, they just picked it from some soap opera thing. They say this is the favorite color, So I'm just saying that as we encourage parents to be intentional, to be available, we're also saying when they do their best, they should also beat themselves up, because the context is important. We have parents who are working so hard to get that school fees for that time.
Yeah.
They might not be as available. What we are saying is be available.
And even as we speak, the state has removed the subsidy for education. So beginning next year, perhaps January, it may just be really hearing different stories. Well, what you're saying really does make sense in that regard. Immaculate, there's a point that you made, and I want you to elucidate on it just a bit more.
Okay.
This is on the working together with the children. And on that point, I remember I threw in a pointer that parenting has changed from how it was, that you would sit down with your children and you'd actually make rules and regulations of even how to run the home or the house in that moment. How do you, at what point do you begin as a parent that now we are sitting and we are deciding this is what we'll do, we won't do this?
Okay, thank you, Doreen. Now, it can't just happen. We cannot wake up and say, today we are meeting to make rules. We need to have walked on a journey where we are friends. Parents and children are friends.
Okay.
And pick a time where you can do a fun activity together. You've just had this interview on tree planting and growing.
Yes.
Hey, say today we are going to plant some fruit trees. We are going to do something. We are going to do some gardening, or we are going to bake. And then bring up a conversation and start discussing. It cannot just, just fall. Then purpose now to have like a family meeting where everybody comes home in good time. If there are two parents, whoever the guardians are, let's sit and let's talk over dinner. So you have these 60 days or 30 days. What do you want to do? Make it friendly. Let every child get an opportunity to say what they think they want to do. Listen to them. And then interject, because like we had Duncan saying, today every child wants. I visited a friend of mine on Saturday, and this is a 6-year-old child. They're on their laptop for more than 1 hour. They didn't speak to anybody. That is good, but are we monitoring? So let's be friends first and foremost, and then engage each other. The 3-year-old, the 5-year-old, the 17-year-old, anybody below 18 years is a child. So let's not assume or kind of feel that because my daughter is 17, my son is 15, now they're almost adults, because that's what we are observing. They are children and they need your guidance. So you must be able to bring them together and start walking the journey together. Talk about rules. Let them start the discussion, then build on it. For example, if we have a 17-year-old child, these are the children whom we see going into the neighborhood. They're always, I'm meeting so-and-so, they're with their friends. And what time do they come home? Some will come even after 7. Is it okay? So we can agree that one rule is that everybody is at home by this time. And we agree. So, and we say, what are the penalties if you break? So we start walking the journey, not telling, if you tell an adolescent, I don't want this, I can tell you you're frustrating them, and they'll do everything possible not to follow their rules. But if you also explain, why is it that we must all be home at this time? He just talked about safety issues. We see a lot happening to children, and they are targeting. I mean, we say the young people are targeted today by all evil forces. So let them know, why am I saying that you need to be home at this time? Don't just say, don't come, don't. There's so much that is happening. So it's really a friendly journey. And I say that you need to be to engage as friends. There are times you use different parenting styles. Sometimes you'll be hard. Yeah, sometimes it'll be hard depending on what the children are doing. So what is important is to know where you need to engage. Probably not being too soft, being hard, and also having a balance. As you set the rules, bring in values. What do we value here? Right. So the rules will be based on values. We can't all be sitting down and waiting for one person probably to cook for us. Why is it important for boys and girls to learn cooking? It's very sad. My friend was telling me the daughter went out of the country, and they had this day where everybody was to prepare a meal based on where they were coming from. And the girl could not prepare anything. You know what she did? She called the mother, and they were cooking on phone. Mom, I've cut the onion. What do I add next?
She has not planned it over time.
Let's sit with our children. Let's be intentional and begin walking the journey at the early childhood period. They say you cannot straighten a tree that is already bent, but the early childhood years, the foundational years, are really key in terms of what we want to see the future person. So as parents, we must be there to guide. We must be there to take care of the children's needs. We must respect the children, offer unconditional love. There is so much, and that's why I'm saying it's my core business. We may say we are working so hard to get school fees. All right, you might get a very brilliant child, but they are lost. Socially, emotionally, we don't have children. And that's what probably we are observing today.
Yeah. So then you have just said that, and what I'm getting from you is that this is a journey cultivated over time. You just don't wake up and now, because we are on 2 months break now, let's sit and start making rules and regulation. There's going to be a bit of a disconnect there. So assuming for these parents who perhaps, just as you said, out there looking for this money, going on the hustle, and maybe they haven't even been having this time, or they haven't even ever thought that we need to be cultivating this with the children over time. So then it becomes easier to sit down and say, okay, let's decide, we'll do this and do that and do that. And they're probably listening to you as you speak. For such kind of a parent now, what do they do?
Now, they will still do, and that's what I was saying, we need to create a fun activity. Sundays, Saturdays, I'm sure even the very busy parents have a bit of time. And what I've been telling parents, that time can it be quality. It could be the man of the home, he's very busy. But when he comes, it could be just 10 minutes. Use that little time wisely. Let it be quality. Now that parents didn't walk the journey with the children, they can still work on something, because parents are preparing children for that adulthood. They are preparing children to be able to to solve problems. So even if they didn't prepare them from that, it's ideal to do so then. But now that we are here, we need to do something. Get an opportunity. It could be a holiday. We have very many holidays. It could be a Sunday, it could be a Saturday. Just sit together, listen to them. You can begin at the point of, if they're in school, what was it like? Begin, let it happen naturally. It's not a point at which we are investigating. Talk about, even you as a caregiver, I should share my challenges. What are my challenges out there? What's happening in my life? What makes me happy? What disappoints me? Let the children also tell you. I'm encouraging this a lot. Let the children tell you what they like about you, what they don't like, what support. Then now starts it, okay, fine, we have this day. What do we want to do? Mom, are you taking some days off to be with us? What do you want me to, what do you want me to do with you? Do we have other children visiting us? Who are your friends? Who are your friends? Sometimes as parents, we are very happy saying, oh, my children are with with Duncan's children, we are friends. Named Duncan, we are friends. But we don't know what our children are doing. What my child picked from school and what his children picked. But we have that comfort. And that's why you see when certain things happen, parents deny, say, no. It cannot, huyo sio wangu, watoto wangu nawajua.
Yes.
So it's really important to walk the journey at the point of where they are.
All right.
Yes.
Is this the route we need to be taking, Duncan, more of a consolidated effort in deciding as opposed to how it was, whereby the father or the mother would impose? This is what we are doing. This is the time you're waking up, and whoever does not do it, it is my road or the highway.
Yes, we have a totally new set of children. They are not like us. We must accept that.
Yes. That's the first point to start from.
Yeah, they are not like us. They are different. They have been taught their rights in grade what?
They can even sue you as a parent.
Yeah, sometimes, you hear your child telling you you're not very assertive.
Can you imagine what is...
They'll answer you back because they have been taught to question.
Yes.
In the African context, we were not supposed to question.
Yeah.
You are there to be seen and not to be heard.
And you can't even sit and make rules.
Yes. No. Our school curriculum is teaching our kids to be global citizens, to ask and question things. So I agree that then the approach has to be different. And I recommend, of course, now the coaching approach, which instead of telling, you ask. They will actually give you better results. When you say, I want you to come home by 5. Who said it? You're the one who said it. Usually that 5 is when, if it's boy child, that's when the game is really nice. It's sweet. When they come home, they're feeling bad. You are the monster. You are the enemy. But if you sit down and say, hey, today I know you're going to play football. What time do you want to come home? Sometimes they'll even say 2. But because they say it, chances of owning it and you holding them to account is easier and faster. So instead of telling, you ask. You say, what do you want us to do? And she's been alluding to all this, saying, what do you like us to eat today? Who is preparing the meal? So you involve them so that they don't feel like, oh, Jen, you are the one to wash dishes today. Sometimes, I'll give an example. My mom brought up 4 boys, under her care, military style, food and the ken, me being the firstborn, I was kenned the most. I was kenned for other people's mistakes. I don't think you can do that for current firstborns.
In fact, you'll kill them and they'll ask you why.
Yeah, they'll become suicidal. They will become...
True. Yes.
It's interesting, you can have a 6-year-old telling you, I'm stressed. Those terms, we started using them when we were in Form 4.
And you wonder, what's stressing you?
You're wondering,
I'm paying for your fees.
Exactly.
You're staying in my house.
You
eat my food. You wonder
don't have any meal. So involve, engage them. Ask, don't tell.
Okay.
And especially if you have teenagers, it's important. I like what she said also, and I think we may miss that out. Create the context to lower their guard, to trust you, so that even as you engage, they feel like you're authentic. And time is a factor to that. If you don't spend time with me, you will not know me. If you only spend time with me in the sitting room, you will not know me when I'm in the football. It's even when we talk about dating, what do we say? Go see this guy when he's swimming, when he's around his friends. Go and see, you will have a better picture than only when you're meeting over a plate of, chips and whatnot.
Yes.
So you cannot, for you to know them in 3D, give them drawing options, lower their guard, do things experientially together. Whatever that is, it'll lower their guard. And in the midst of all that, you also become vulnerable. Say, hey, I was stressed this year, school fees, I'll be looking. What you're saying is you're giving them hope. You're not saying, I'm dead, I don't have, I don't know where I'll get, because we grew up with parents who would remind us and tell us, you guys don't know how much I've sacrificed. We didn't apply to be born in this home.
I did say that.
But there's a sense in which you can tell them, hey, it's not easy, and I'm giving you the best shot in life. That's why most of the money I'm working for. So because of that, I would like you to remain at home but be responsible. Then they see the connection, the nexus between you not being around, and that when you're around, then you're making the most of the time that... So I think I was emphasizing the fact that the engagement process is different. There are questions you can ask. If you ask your child, why are you late? What you're asking is, you're asking them to defend themselves.
Yes.
But if you ask, I noticed you didn't come home early today. Is there something I need to know? You're
so
asking
your
for
way of
information.
communication also does matter.
Exactly. So that then the second question is giving you information that can help you make decisions.
All right.
But if you found, there are people like me, if you ask me, even in the middle of the night, I'll give you an answer. And chances are, if you, maybe let me give an example. If someone is coming to work late, you're the boss, and you say, why are you late? And then they say, the caretaker close me in the house. How do you punish that?
And how do you ascertain?
How do you ascertain? You know, or they say we fell in a river. I had to go back home, and well, how do you validate that? Will you punish? But if you say, hey, I noticed you didn't come to work early, is there something I need to know? They'll say, sorry, then you realize this is information you can use to make decisions. In the storytelling points, in those activities you do as a family, as a parent, there are things we call you peak intuitions. As you listen in, there's the first level of listening, which you listen for yourself, which is the lowest, where you ask a parent, can you play, a kid asks a parent, can you play with me today? The parent says, don't you know I'm going back to work? That's lowest level of listening. You didn't validate what they had told you. Then there's where you listen for them, say, oh, sorry, I would really love to, to play with you, but I'm second level. But the third level is where you pick the unsaid in the said. You can't pick the unsaid unless you create a context, which Margaret was alluding to, that creates environment. As you're cooking together, you will hear your daughter sighing too much. Those intuitions, pick them. Say, I noticed you look like you're a little, what is if your child came back from school and you said, what was the most interesting thing about school today? Yeah. That's a better question than saying, did you learn maths? It doesn't make sense, So remember, our parents were number one in school. These parents have an idea. Some of them these kids have an idea. They've been stumbling upon information. I have had kids correct my English in my own house. You get what I mean?
Yes.
My point is, because of that, then our engaging model must involve them. Nothing for them without them. But at the same time, you sell through those decisions to look like they came through from them. Like if, their kids will tell you, I don't want to go to this school. For you, that's the only school you can afford. The one they are having peer pressure about, you can't afford. So you must sell it through and say, by the way, and there's a level at which also they need leadership. And you can't show it unless in those vulnerable moments when you finally, they lower their guard and you're engaging, then you say, finally, this is the direction I want us to go as a family. Because that's where we are now.
I hear you. Yeah. So then does that answer that question of availability? Because again, often than not, we have had those sentiments, and this coming from children most of the times. And most of the time, again, during these long, lengthy breaks, that mom and dad is there, but not there. I would even see him in the house even morning to evening, but they're not there. So they would even feel the comfort to go and talk to a neighbor if they are close to, or talk to a friend or an aunt, as opposed to the mom and dad, yet you are actually there present, but not present. What is this?
You can be present and not present. That is a given. Have you ever talked to someone on phone and you knew they are not listening to you?
Yes.
If you can pick that.
Much as it's not face to face.
Not face to face.
Yes.
But you can tell they are there, they are sighing, but you know they are not listening. So they're able to tell. I had a session with some kids 2 years during COVID, unplugged, where we had a session with teenagers between the age of 12 to 16 and no phone for 2 days. The first thing, of course, we did a game called Never Ever Have I Ever. So which is pretty much you say what you have never done, but you suspect your friends have done. 90% of them had tasted a drug. A few of them.
What age bracket are we talking about?
We're talking about between the age of 12 and 16.
Wow.
So 90% of them had tasted a drug. Some of them were sexually active. Some of them had seen. So my point is this. There is a sense in which we think we know our children. We don't unless we create an availability for us to actually know them. And they cannot trust us if they only think we are there when we ask, show me your report card. Show me, we must be present. But one of the things that jumped out is there's this kid who said, I want my mom to be available. I talked to the mom said, every weekend we go to Arboretum, we sit down, we have our food together. as a family as my way of being available. Then I asked the boy, so what is the issue here? He said, Mom buys her kind of food and she takes us to places she wants. She never involves us. I said, what do you want?
So much as the mom felt, I am going an extra mile.
The parent's intention is pure. I have a weekend to be available for my children.
But the children are not feeling it.
So my children are not feeling it. But she's ticking the box that I'm available. What this kid wants is he wanted to be involved. And for him, he wanted to go to Java, not Arboretum. So part of it is, as you give them what they want, you must have your own bargaining chips. You say, this is, parents are what they call benevolent dictators. Remember our parents?
Yes.
They'll say, be number one, I'll buy you a bicycle, So there must be, what is in it for me as a parent in me giving into your whims? Are you going to be number one? There are kids who will have pressure because they want to have the latest phone. They will tell you this has code core, all the things. For us, we just need, can you receive M-Pesa? We are okay. The thing is, they will be stressed over. So you must build those bargaining options, but you must understand where they are coming from. Or else, you will think you're doing your best. All of a sudden you realize things have been happening even under your own roof, and you had no idea.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. And you have 5 minutes to exit this space, and I wouldn't want us to do that without talking about this specific set, the adolescents. Just on that particular press at Harambee House, you had the CS Interior, Kithure Kindiki, talking about how he's commissioning chiefs and county officers to look into how children can be protected in this festive season. And it's a time where you'd hear a lot of cases of teen pregnancies, abuse of alcohol, and this oftentimes emanate from that particular set, adolescents. How do you guide, as a parent in this time, how do you guide this particular set of children? Immaculate, what's your voice on this one?
Thank you. Now, first and foremost, I think it's important for parents to reflect back on how they were parented, what they didn't like and what they liked. Because we are seeing parents who are bringing up their children based on how they were parented. Duncan just mentioned that we are in different times. So what is happening in the world? Where is the world heading? And then try to guide our children to fit in. We are looking at the digital platform today. That's where the world is. But we must also be there to offer leadership and not to assume, like I said, 17-year-olds are old enough. They still need guidance. Two, the child's voice is important. And communication, he just talked about communication. Parents must endeavor to listen to their children. What are they saying? And how then do you plug in? It's very sad that teenage pregnancy has just skyrocketed. We're looking at the figures in Kajiado, where I come from, and it's bad. Children between 11 and 17, 19, many of them are pregnant. A number of reasons have been given as to why this is happening. I want to pick on one. Duncan mentioned drugs, alcohol abuse. One, neglect. Parents have just kind of neglected this, and children are parenting themselves. You are not there. You wake up, you go, you wake up, you go. So children have their own things that they are doing. Now, teenage pregnancy, some time back, people would blame, is the boda, is the who. But do you know it's peer-to-peer? Why? It's all around parenting. Why is my son making his daughter pregnant? My son is 15 years and the daughter is 12 years. What is it? What is lacking in my family and in his family? It means we are not having that engagement to know, even to talk about our family vision. What's our family vision? What do we want? What do we want to see with Jane, who is 12 years today? What do we want to see with Mark, who is 10 or 9 years today? So there's something that we are lacking, and I think it's important for parents to be intentional and sit down and discuss.
I hear you.
What does it mean for a 13-year-old to be pregnant? One, even their bodies are not ready for pregnancy. So how do they take care of themselves? Because we have to start them on antenatal? Do they understand these things? What's the danger? Really, of these things. There's so much that we can say around that. And even the boy, why are we having boys making the girls pregnant? Is it that we have neglected the boys? They kind of want to intimidate the girls? What are the issues?
I hear you.
There's so much.
I hear you. I mean, there's really quite a lot we can talk about, but we are pinched for time, and I want to give you the last word, Duncan, on this one. Let me just get your headline thoughts on this parenting during the festive season.
I think we've generally discussed that, one, we need to be present, get involved. We've just, the last bit of it, we've been talking about teenage sexuality and all. Growing up, sex was a taboo. No, my parents would not talk about it. But I think there's an auntie, a cousin, where you can get them to send the message that you are not ready to send. But more importantly, enjoy your season. There's a level at which your kids will not longer be with you. Don't feel misunderstood that in old age you miss out on the fact that you knew them. There's someone who mentioned about the regrets of life. I think I saw a clip going around, but one of the regrets is they were regretting having worked that hard. And the question was, they missed moments. My coach called Leslie Brickman once said, asked him, what is your greatest regret? He said, my wife was with my kids and they used to take photos of the birthdays, everything. When I look at those photos, I feel like crying because I missed the moments. What counts at the end of it all is that at the end of the day, if we have a stronger family, then even the nation will be safe. The minister has, said something. I think they need to go deeper than that, than just wait until the festive season and declare something. So let's go for it. Let's be parents, but also don't beat yourselves if they don't come out right, as I say.
Thank God if they do.
And let them enjoy. Enjoy together.
Okay,
I hear you.
I hear you. I mean, there's really quite a lot we could converse around. In fact, just the last statements really orient quite a lot of discussion that we could have had, but we have to cover it at this point. You're already strapped for time. Nonetheless, thank you so much for your time. Highly value your insights. Asante sana.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen.
Thank you too. I had been speaking to Immaculate Salaon, who's the founder and CEO of Community Initiative Agenda, also a parent, as well as Duncan Chumo, a life coach, a parent and a teacher by training. What has formed the center of our discussion this 45 minutes ago is just parenting during this festive season. Good place to end this conversation. Till tomorrow. Asante sana.
Hujawahi kulishwa na mtu yoyote dunia hii. Sasa vipi ule mpango wako wewe na bi mkubwa umefikia wapi?
Huoni haya kunisimamia namna hiyo ulio?
Maisha yetu hayakuhusu wewe hapa, ni uondoke.
Wajua sipendi hii tabia yako kutoka na mtoto wangu bila kuniambia wewe.
Zari, ulikuwa umelala bana?
Hii ni haki yangu and I always get what I want.
Wagwan Rasta. Kumbuka kila Monday ni Iris serving you nothing but the best in reggae music.
Maisha ni yangu, wewe shughulika na yako.
And on Tuesday, it's all about Kenyan music, bringing you the best from the 2-5 flow.
Brand new wheel, just hopped in.
And of course, to all you hip hop heads, we've got you covered each and every Wednesday. Not forgetting, we've got some R&B on the side.
Let me see, and let me see the woman that is with me.
Now every Thursday tunavuka border across Africa to bring you nothing but the best for Afro Thursday.
Ready for burn up warning, someone's playing.
And on Friday we do it live with me, Emily Mbai.
And me, DJ Koljax, on the ones and twos.
Not forgetting DJ_Lizadiva pale pia. Make sure you get interactive from 4:30 to 6 p.m. #KBC Club 1.
At KBC Channel 1, we put people at the heart of events with our captivating weekly news features. Every day, we are breaking new grounds with informative, entertaining, and inspiring human interest stories. On Mondays, 9 p.m., we have The Cabinets. Tuesday, 9 p.m., we get inside the barracks for military tales. We delve in the world of cinemas and theater each Wednesday night. For the young and industrious, make a date with us every Thursday at 9 p.m. Fridays are dedicated for my culture. On Saturdays, we go back in time for history in perspective. And on Sundays, we get to know the process of how things are done and made. KBC Channel 1 News features a whole lot of wonderful viewing experience.
Hii ni Mitikasi Leo, makala kutoka BBC yaliyomo. Tunamulika matunda ya uwekezaji kati ya Marekani na bara la Afrika. Kisha kutana na kundi la waimbaji barobaro wanavokali wakitupambia makala haya ya siku ya leo. Mubashara kutoka Nairobi, Kenya, usibanduke. Natumai uko salama sehemu yoyote inayotutegea. Karibu katika habari za biashara zinazokuhusu, uchambuzi wa kina na mahojiano. Jina langu mie ni Hamida Abubakar. Mkutano wa viongozi wa Marekani na Afrika ulimalizika siku ya Jumatano mjini Washington, huku Marekani ikitangaza kutuma mshauri wa uwekezaji kufanya kazi pamoja na kamati ya eneo huru la biashara barani ambayo iliundwa na Umoja wa Afrika ili kuvunja vikwazo vya biashara na kukuza ukuaji wa ndani ya bara. Mkutano huo pia ulihusisha kongamano la kwanza kabisa lililojumuisha masuala ya angani ya Afrika na Marekani, lililothibitisha dhamira ya Marekani kushirikiana na washirika wa Afrika katika matumizi ya amani na uchunguzi wa anga za juu ili kuweza kukidhi vipaumbele vya pamoja. Kufuatia makubaliano haya, uwekezaji wa mabilioni ya dola ulihaidiwa, ikijumuisha tangazo la dola bilioni 15 katika ahadi za biashara na uwekezaji wa kufana katika sekta za nishati, afya, biashara ya kilimo, kidijitali, miundombinu na fedha. Hata hivyo, mataifa ya Niger pamoja na Benin yaliweza kusaini mikataba ya dola milioni 504 ili kuweza kusaidia ushirikiano wa kiuchumi wa kikanda. Rais wa Marekani Joe Biden pia ameweza kutangaza dola bilioni 2 za usaidizi wa kibinadamu ili kuweza kukabiliana na uhaba wa chakula barani Afrika na uwekezaji wa ziada wa dola milioni 350 ili kuweza kupambana na ufikiaji wa kidijitali kote barani Afrika. Rais Biden vile vile ameweza kuelezea kwa kina kuhusu manufaa ya uwekezaji wa biashara katika bara la Afrika.
Kwa jumla, kongamano limechochea zaidi ya dola bilioni 15 katika makubaliano mapya ambayo yatageuza, yatainua na kuimarisha maisha ya watu kote barani Afrika. Na haya ni makubaliano makubwa kabisa. Haya ni makubaliano ya uwekezaji wa muda mrefu ambapo yanaweza kuleta faida hasa ya kweli kwa watu, kuanzisha ajira mpya za malipo bora ikiwa ni pamoja na hapa Marekani, na kupanua fursa kwa nchi zetu zote kwa miaka yote ijayo. Ninyi nyote makubaliano mliotia saini, uwekezaji tuliofanya pamoja ni ushahidi tosha wa ahadi tulizokubaliana kutekeleza kwa muda mrefu.
Kwa sasa tutupie macho taarifa zingine za biashara kutoka barani Afrika na kimataifa. Nigeria inatarajia uzalishaji wa mafuta kupanda hadi mapipa milioni 1.6 kwa siku katika robo ya kwanza ya mwaka ujao, kulingana na waziri wa fedha wa nchi hiyo Zainab Ahmed, na pato lilishuka hadi chini ya milioni 1 mwezi Agosti, kiwango cha chini zaidi katika miaka kadhaa kutokana na kuongezeka kwa wizi wa mafuta na uharibifu wa mabomba yaliyolazimisha baadhi ya makampuni kupunguza au kuacha kabisa uzalishaji. China imeweza kuwasilisha rasmi malalamiko dhidi ya Marekani katika shirika la biashara duniani kuhusu udhibiti wake wa mauzo ya nje na teknolojia nyingine zinazohusiana na mauzo. Ni kesi ya kwanza ambayo Beijing imewasilisha dhidi ya Marekani tangu Rais Biden aingie madarakani Januari 21. Hii inaashiria kuongezeka kwa vita vya kibiashara kati ya mataifa hayo mawili makubwa kiuchumi duniani. Hii ni mitikasi leo, makala kutoka BBC tutakayoangazia hivi punde. Je, mziki unalipa? Tunazungumza na kundi la wasanii kutoka Kenya, Wanavokali. Naam, karibu tena. Wanasema muziki unaliwaza roho na kutuliza mawazo na pengine pia kukupa furaha na utulivu. Sasa basi, kundi moja la muziki kutoka nchini Kenya wanaofahamika kama Wanavokali, lenye maana sawa na watu wenye sauti, ni kundi la watu 6: Chep, Lina, Mela, Ricky, Sam na Waithera, ambao wote wanapenda kujieleza kupitia nyimbo ama mitindo na sanaa. Awali walifika katika studio zetu hapa jijini Nairobi na kumsimulia mwanahabari mwenza Charles Gitonga jinsi wanavyojizatiti kujikuza katika masuala ya muziki. Tizama.
Karibuni sana kwenye mitikasi leo.
Asante sana.
Je, muziki wenu umekuwa ukipata umaarufu sana hapa Kenya na pia barani Afrika. Mnazungumziaje mtindo wenu wa muziki kama Wanavokali?
Huwa tunasema kwa sisi hatuna specific genre, lakini tunasema vocals zetu ndio ziko mbele, ziko kwenye forefront. Hata katika jina yenyewe Wanavokali inasema sisi ni wenye vokali. Kwa hivyo ni vocal driven.
Sauti nyororo kabisa. Kwa hivyo basi, ukiangalia katika mataifa ya Afrika, mnasikizwa wapi? Kwa sababu unaweza kufanya mitindo mbali.
Tukiangalia reviews zetu, tukiangalia kama YouTube sasa leo tumerelease nyimbo, tukiangalia sana tunaona tunasikika Tanzania, hapa East Africa, apart from Kenya number 1 definitely. Tunasikizwa Tanzania sana, kwa hivyo ni nchi tunaweza penda sana kwenda kuperform na collaborate pia na artists wao. Tunasikika pia Uganda, tunasikika South Africa, sisi Rwanda, Burundi, kote.
Ikifika kwa biashara, kwa sababu mnafanya hii kama kazi kwenu, inalipa mziki?
Lazima uweke hiyo juhudi na ufanye kazi, ujitolee kabisa, uandike, ukue mzuri, very good at your craft. Ndio mziki iweze kulipa venye unataka ilipe.
Na kuongezea kwa hiyo pia mziki iko na misimu, iko na season zake. Utapata kuna high season na kuna low season. Kama wakati wa Christmas ndio kuna hizo gigs, na kwa wasanii hizo performance ndio inaleta mapato nyingi zaidi.
Wasanii wengi sana wameweza kuuza muziki wao katika mitandao. Je, mmeweza kufanikisha hapo pia?
Tumeweza kuweka muziki wetu katika hizi audio streaming platforms, na kweli pia kama kibiashara tunatengeneza pesa kutoka hiyo, kwa sababu kama DistroKid tunapata pesa, YouTube pia tunapata pesa. Ukiangalia nyimbo yetu yenye imefanya vizuri sana, Rumba, ilipata 3.7 million views sasa hivi vile tunaongea, na hiyo ndio inatusaidia kupata pesa. Kwa hivyo pia kitu tumeona ni kwamba views zenye unapata YouTube huko kama content creator inakusaidia sana, ina translate to pesa.
Sam, je, mnaweza kufanya nini kama Wanavokali kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba kuna wawekezaji ambao wanaweza kuleta fedha au mtaji katika biashara yenu?
Jitume. Yani jitole. Tume hizo emails, enda hizo gigs, enda kwa hizo corporate events, jitokeze na alafu network na watu wa industry, watu wakubwa wa industry, ongea nao.
Lakini mnahisi muziki wenu ni kitu ambacho mtu anaweza kuwekeza na akapata faida?
Naam kabisa. Nadhani kwanza sana ni hiyo vile tumesema unique selling point ya wanavokali ni the vocals na hiyo arrangement na harmonies. Kwanza mimi kama ungekuwa investor ningekwambia hivyo na kuletea wanavokali kwa sababu unique selling point yetu ni the vocals. Apart from that ni arrangement yetu na harmonies na pia inclusivity. Ukituangalia sisi ni group yenye tuko na wanaume tuko na wanawake. Apart from that tuna sauti mbili each voice, alto, tenor, soprano. Pia diversity yetu as a group tukituangalia kuna kitu mpya tunaleta katika industry. Kwa hivyo kama wewe ni na pia tulishinda 2019 which amazing voices tulipoenda Afrika Kusini. Kwa hivyo hizo ndio vitu mimi naweza kukuambia kama investor uone kweli we are worth it. Unaweza tu investia kama wanavokali.
Na mmeweza kuteuliwa katika tuzo za Afrima za muziki. Hilo linasemaje ama linazungumzia vipi siku za usoni za wanavokali?
Inatuonyesha ya kwamba hakuna kitu hatuwezi fanya na tuzidi kitu tunafanya because hata wimbo album yetu yenye tulikuwa tuna expect ndio wamenominate, tumepata hiyo opportunity.
Hiyo nyimbo ya rumba hiyo naishabikia sana. Naomba tufanye kitu kidogo tu.
1 2 3. Ngoma zalia na mimi nataka kucheza, kucha kutwa nishazoea kesha, sakata rumba achilia pressure, tutacheza hata kama tuna pesa. Ngoma zalia na mimi nataka kucheza, kucha kutwa nishazoea kesha, sakata rumba achilia pressure, hatujui kama tutaonana tena.
Tutaonana tena.
Haya, umeambiwa sakata rumba ili uweze kupunguza pressure hasa katika msimu huu wa Christmas ambao unakaribia. Tuweze kusonga mbele, ni kwamba mara nyingi tunasikia juu ya uharibifu unaosababishwa na plastiki baharini. Nyavu za uvuvi sasa zinafikiriwa kuwa plastiki ngumu kuliko zote kusaga. Hii ni kwa sababu hujilimbikiza uchafu mwingi sana zinapovutwa baharini. Lakini kupitia mpango mpya nchini Uingereza, sasa inamaanisha nyavu hizi zinaweza kuchakatwa. Tazama.
Bahari zetu zimejaa plastiki. Nyingi ni chupa na vifurushi vya plastiki tunavyovitupa kila siku, lakini asilimia karibu 50 zinatoka kwa wavuvi, na tatizo, nyavu zilizotupwa zinazidi kunasa vitu. Katika mwambao wa Cornwall nchini Uingereza, wale wanyama waitwao sili walionekana na vipande vya nyavu za zamani shingoni mwao.
Sili ni wadadisi na watakuja na kuangalia kifaa cha uvuvi kilichopotea. Ni kitu kinachosisimua sana. Wamekiona siku nzima na watacheza nacho na wataogelea nacho chini yake na juu yake, na kabla hujajua wamenasa, na kunasa huko kwa bahati mbaya kunahatarisha maisha.
Vifaa vyote hivyo vya uvuvi vinafikaje huko? Baadhi ya vifaa hupotea, lakini kwa miaka mingi siri ya mvuvi ilikuwa kutosema kabisa kama anazitupa baharini nyavu za zamani.
Namaanisha ingekuwa rahisi tu kukata na kutupa, sahau kabisa. Lakini hiyo sio sawa, sivyo? Siku hizi kila mtu anataka uvuvi endelevu.
Adam ni nahodha na anasema mambo yamebadilika. Wavuvi sasa wanaleta nyavu zao za zamani na pia takataka zozote na plastic wanazopata baharini.
Fikiria kama kila mtu alikuwa akitupa nyavu zake baada ya miezi 6 hadi 12. Unaweza kufikiria nini kitakuwepo huko sasa? Sasa hakuna mtu anafanya hivyo, na sasa wote tunavua samaki. Kuna tofauti kubwa.
Kwa miaka michache iliyopita, mradi ulianzishwa unaozichukua nyavu za zamani za wavuvi mara tu zinapokuwa zimeletwa nchi kavu. Huu ni mtambo mpya wa kuchakata tena. Hii inamaanisha kuwa nyavu za Uingereza zinaweza kwa mara ya kwanza kuchakatwa tena nchini Uingereza. Ni kazi kubwa. Wavu unakatwa vipande na kusafishwa, na halafu unageuzwa kama vipande vya dengu. Vipande hivi awali vilikuwa nyavu za samaki, vitakuwaje sasa?
Vitakapokuwa vimechakatwa tena, tunaweza kuvirekebisha na vikawa na vitu vizuri zaidi. Kwa mfano, vitu vyetu hapa vina nyavu za samaki.
Zimo katika viatu vya watu.
Ndio, watu wanatembea na viatu vya baadhi ya wateja wetu. Vitakuwa na nyavu za samaki ndani yake.
Ni hatua ndogo ya maendeleo katika kile kitakachokuwa safari ndefu ya kusafisha bahari zetu zilizochafuliwa. Omari Matata, BBC.
Mwisho wa mitikasi leo kutoka BBC. Jina langu ni Hamida Abubakar. Hadi wakati mwingine, kwa heri.
My grandson has fallen in love.
Left his skill.
Sauti ya Kenya
92.9. Hii ni KBC Radio Taifa.
Kila kitu maishani kina sauti yaleta furaha.
Radio.
Sauti ya elimisha, yahimiza, yatuleta pamoja. Sauti ya Kenya.
Radio Taifa.
Sauti ya Kenya.
Legend has it that all kinds of mysterious energies exist in this world. Some of them can conquer the entire world with their immense power, while others give birth to incredible creatures that save the world. Xinjiang is a vast and beautiful land located in the northwest of China. This abundant land is filled with magical power for millions of years. Countless folk tales and dreams have been passed on here. Here lies the cradle of life. On the extensive and romantic grasslands, sheep and cattle graze. Here lie rich mineral resources. With the wind comes the singing of local people and the ringing out of camels' bells. Here people live and work, enjoying prosperous and happy lives. If someone attempts to ruin this peaceful land, two guardians who have been hibernating underground since ancient times will come to life and shed light on this world.
Good morning, sir. Looks to be another busy day, huh?
Right. I'm heading to the village fair. Better to be early.
Oh? Kara Kara! Wow, I feel amazing! Kara Kara Kara! Wow, it's so beautiful! Oh, I'm hungry. I can't live on beauty alone. I have to find something to eat. Kara! There must be food in that village! Kara, Kara, Kara! May, May. May, May.
Huh?
May, May.
Sir! The gas well has come alive!
Huh?
It's a bad moment
for the village head!
Oh my goodness. This morning I was in the mountains and guess what I saw? 3 large rocks flew over my head.
Oh.
Grandpa, could the rocks have something to do with the singing?
This is bad.
Oh?
Really bad.
Oh, it's really bad. What are they doing here? Are they... Oh, wow, it smells good. Kara! Oh, it smells good. Kara, Kara, Kara! Kara! There's food here. Doesn't taste sour. Kara!
What was that?
I didn't mean to.
Quick,
let's
catch that little monster.
Oh my, that's our lunch that he's eating. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't mean to steal your stuff. Hurry, out of the way. Oh, my back. Watch out, old man. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude.
What? What's this all about?
Grab him! Don't let him get away! That little black monster sure is fast. Don't let me catch him. I swear I'll cook and eat him.
Mister, better fix your house before sunset.
Okay, I'm almost finished. We've been searching for hours now, and we haven't seen any sign of him. How about we give up on the search and go get drinks?
I'm so hungry. Where am I supposed to look for my friends? Huh? Kara? I had no idea I was this powerful. But with power comes responsibility.
Concentrate, everyone! Search the surrounding area!
Grandpa, what on earth is that black sticky monster?
I recall when I was your age, my grandpa told me that Black Oil Mountain was a strange place.
May, May. Oh? Someone's singing. May, May. Oh? May, May. Look a lot like me. Ow! Gosh, it burns. May, May, my natural and pretty, with a voice like sweet honey. Kara, I'm the crude oil fairy, with a big head on my shoulders. I'm strong and brave. Oh, that's right. My orb of light, cool and amazing. Fine, I'm awake. Please stop singing. Kara, you also have a big, strange head. Are you my sister? Then I guess you're my big brother. May! Kara!
Hey, are you two done yet?
Who are these people?
Everyone, grab your weapons. They're surrounded. They won't get away.
He's right.
Answer me. Where did you come from? Why are you attacking our village?
We're not here to attack you. We were born here.
You say you were born here. I've never seen you before. Liars!
I woke up in the oil well in the mountain this morning. My sister, as you just saw, was born here in that active gas well. This place is our home.
Then how do you explain your superpowers? We don't have any.
Don't be scared, mate. I've got this.
Tell us, who are you?
Actually, we don't know either. Who knew being gifted would be so lonely?
You've got some nerve.
No. What I'm saying is, though we don't know why we were born here, or why we have superpowers, we swear we're good guys.
Did you send those big rocks as well?
Right. Those big rocks that flew over my head this morning. My back hurts because of them.
Those rocks has nothing to do with us.
No, you're wrong.
Huh?
There's a legend about Black Oil Mountain from ancient times. That when ominous signs appear up in the sky, disaster will befall this land. At this moment, our guardians, who have been sleeping under the mountain, will wake up, punish evil, and save those in need.
Wow, Grandpa, you're not copying anymore.
That doesn't matter. What matters is the two of you must be the guardians of Black Oil Mountain.
Guardians?
You must be the guardian Kara, and you must be the guardian May.
I am Kara? Kara, I'm so sorry. Guardians get hungry as well. I haven't eaten anything today.
We've also been too busy today to eat.
My goodness. That's because this little brat ruined our lunch today.
I'm quite good at cooking. How about I make something for you? As an apology for what he did. Bling, bling, sparkling hula hoop. Wow. May, this superpower is way better than any of mine.
It's wonderful.
Wow, it's delicious.
Oh my, this young lady, this guardian, makes better food than I do.
Grandpa, you said we're the guardians. So what are we supposed to guard?
In fact, I don't know either. But it will work itself out. Maybe tonight's the night.
Huh? What's over there? No way! Is that our answer? 可乐可乐可乐，就喝茶。蚂蚁蚂蚁蚂蚁会搬家。可乐可乐可乐就喝茶。蚂蚁蚂蚁蚂蚁会搬家。金牛兄妹神奇本领大，勇敢和智慧是并蒂花。善良在峡谷中发芽，友谊在戈壁上开花。
的娃娃。蚂蚁，蚂蚁，蚂蚁，蚂蚁，什么困难我们都不怕。美丽的家园，富饶的土地，辛劳的村民需要我们守护啊。无惧风霜雪雨，学会坦坦荡荡，全是充满力量。我们在追梦的路上不断成长。哪有乌云遮云，哪有作恶高官？管他多大能耐，用我真心铭心照出乾坤真谛。我们相爱相济，我们无私无畏，我们团结一心，敌人战胜于是中他的阴谋诡计。
Episode 2, Luster. Watch me go on my speedboard. May, what do you think of my new powers? Cool, huh?
Is that all you can think about?
Look, we're here. Huh?
Brother? Is that the tree we were supposed to guard?
It looks kind of menacing. I don't think it needs bodyguards.
Grandpa, are you sure about this?
Under a full moon, golden light appears on the 1,000-year-old poplar. This is not good.
Not good? Does that mean we're in danger?
I knew it. I knew this weird-looking tree was up to no good.
Cut it down!
Please spare my life.
Huh? Crackle, crackle, orb of light! Hello, heat energy burst!
This appears to be the Guardian's power. I thought you were the Meteorite Legion.
Oh?
The poplar tree can talk? What is going on here?
Tell us who you are!
I am Grandpa Poplar, and I have been waiting for you.
You've been waiting for us?
You're not a bad guy, are you?
Looks pretty bad to me.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
You just attacked us, though.
You were the one who started this.
We should turn him into firewood.
Can't you people just calm down and listen to me? I'm one of the good guys. I thought maybe you came for Luster.
For Luster?
That's right. I need to deliver something to the Guardians.
Wow. Grandpa Poplar, what's this on the ground?
He's the one you need to protect. It's the Golden Silk Jade Fairy Luster.
The Golden Silk Jade Fairy?
Hello. Luster, I am Kara.
Hey, you're going to scare him. Luster, are you hungry? I just made this pear. It's really tasty.
Grandpa Poplar, what's wrong with him? Why isn't he talking?
Luster has lost the ability to speak and his fairy energy.
What happened to him?
It has to do with the meteorites that flew by this morning. Not far away from here, there's a place called the Oasis Castle. It's a beautiful place full of vitality, home to evergreen trees and all kinds of creatures. Inside the castle lives Luster, the son of Yardang, the sandstorm god, and Ilek, the snow lotus fairy.
Daddy! Mommy!
Ha! Well played, baby. How about we do it one more time?
Don't say that. It's dangerous. Baby, get down here.
Daddy, Mommy, check this out. Hey.
Oh! My son takes after me. Such artistic talent.
He got that from me, not you, all right?
Something's coming.
Baby, watch out!
Target confirmed. Fire now.
Roger that, boss.
Who are you people?
We are the Meteorite Legion, the most powerful army in the world. Hand over the Golden Snow Lotus now!
Or we'll burn this castle to the ground.
They've come from the Golden Snow Lotus.
Nice try. Sandstorm!
I don't know if he's insane or just an idiot, but he's fighting back. Boss, he's the Sandstorm God! I don't care if he's a god or a lunatic. Take him down!
Roger that, boss.
Ice Blizzard Surge!
Boss, they're too powerful for us.
You bunch of worthless losers! Boss, I have an idea!
Look, boss, I've captured their son.
Daddy, Mommy, help!
My baby!
Let go of him, now!
Let go
of
my
son!
Hand over the Golden Snow Lotus, and I'll release him.
We don't have the Golden Snow Lotus.
Nonsense! We know the Golden Snow Lotus energy is emanating from here. You're lying to us. That's right, boss. A machine shows the flowers in the castle. Hold on. Boss, the Golden Snow Lotus is inside this little brat.
Inside me?
That's great. If I'd known that it was in there, I wouldn't have wasted all that ammunition. Let's go.
Give me my son back, now!
Wait!
The Oasis Castle was destroyed by the Meteorite Legion. Too bad, I have taken root, so I can't move. I can't do anything to help.
So that's the disaster you talked about.
You should watch your mouth. We almost hurt a good tree.
Goodness, we still got injured, didn't we?
Calm down. Grandpa Poplar said Luster was taken by the Meteorite Legion. Right. Then why is he here with you?
I don't know either. When I opened my eyes, I saw Luster lying in the Gobi Desert covered in bruises. But all I could do was heal his injuries. I really have no effective way to restore his fairy energy.
Does that mean if Luster finds his parents, there's a chance he can get his energy back? Huh?
Now we don't even know the whereabouts of Yardang and Ilek. Where could they be?
Doesn't matter, since May and I are Luster's guardians. The two of us will help him restore his energy and rebuild his land.
They're determined to punish the evil and save the righteous. They are the guardians.
Guardians! Guardians! Guardians!
We have stolen all the thunder.
Grandpa Poplar, what should we do now?
I have a way.
Huh?
What's that?
You two can escort Luster to the sacred ground.
Huh?
At Dushan's Grand Canyon, you can find Grandpa Chiarma, the omniscient fairy clan leader. He will know what you should do next.
Sacred ground? Huh?
Kupata kumpenda mtu kama sikiza tune kwenye simu yako, bonyeza *812*501#.
Mapenzi si kumpenda mtu kwa kuwa amekamilika, kwani nawe pia una mapungufu yako. Kwa hivyo mapenzi ni kumpenda mtu na mapungufu yake.
Kupata kumpenda mtu, bonyeza *812*501#. *812*501#.
Yaani hivi mtu mzima wewe, hujawahi kulishwa na mtu yoyote dunia hii sasa. Vipi ule mpango wako wewe na bi mkubwa, umefikia wapi?
Huoni haya kunisimamia namna hiyo ulio?
Maisha yetu hayakuhusu wewe hapa, ni uondoke.
Wajua sipendi hii tabia yako kutoka na mtoto wangu bila kuniambia wewe.
Zari, ulikuwa umelala bana?
Hii ni haki yangu and I always get what I want.
Baby, call on me. Do what you want as long as you're with me. Say what you want as long as I hear you call every name over and over again. Take my love, take it all. My everything, I give it to you. Please take full control. In the silence of the night, your heart beats to
how long it's been since I've seen New York City. Or any city.
Well, the Big Apple's about as far a cry from Kong Island as you can get.
So, Tan, what's the story on this place we're going?
See for yourself, dude. There it is. And to be honest, I kind of zoned out when my dad was telling me about it. But I guess it's some kind of high-tech new zoo.
I just hope this isn't gonna take too long. I promised my grandmother we'd get the lab supplies back ASAP.
Hey, I wouldn't have come at all, but I promised my parents I'd put in an appearance. You know, slap palms with the mayor. It's just one of those billionaire family commitment things.
How many cameras do you have?
Come on, Jace. Let's get this over with.
Sorry, Tan, that's my cyberlink. I'll catch up with you later.
What? Great. Just bail on.
Hey, what's up, Gran?
Just checking your ETA, dear.
Well, as soon as Tan's done schmoozing the mayor, we'll be on our way.
Jason, tell Tan to hurry. I have the most amazing surprise for you both.
What's that weird noise?
Lua's surprise, which at this moment I am not too pleased with. Chip, let that poor little creature free.
Hey, how's my bro doing?
You can hear for yourself.
Where comes our first beat?
It is my pleasure to introduce to you the project's key financier and organizer, billionaire adventurer Hunter Stagg III.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the press, as you can see, this will soon be home to the largest and most unusual zoo on Earth. But I cannot take all the credit. It was always a dream of mine, but my partner was in charge of construction, and he now has the mammoth job of obtaining what he promises will be the most extraordinary selection of creatures ever seen.
And who is this partner?
He'd prefer to keep his name out of the press, at least for the moment. Thank you for coming. I hope to see you at the grand opening.
Mr. Stagg, could you tell me a little bit more about this?
Tan, my boy, so glad you could make it. You all know Mr. Tannenbaum. He and his family are generous contributors to this zoo and so many other important causes throughout our fair city.
It's no biggie, really. Okay, great to see you. Thanks for the invite. I gotta run.
I'll never get used to my childhood pal being a tabloid sensation.
Yeah, welcome to my life, buddy. This is how it goes when you're the youngest, most eligible, and, well, hey, let's face it, best-looking billionaire around.
Not to mention egomaniac.
Quick. Hey, seriously, dude. You know, I read the other day that since my granddad's trust kicked in, I'm even richer than my father? Crazy world, huh? Oh, man. Paparazzi. Run for it!
Just one more picture, but without the nobody next to you.
Nobody, huh? Oh, man. If the press only knew your story, they'd go totally ape.
Making awesome time.
Yeah, this new jet copter's even faster than my old Learjet. Hey, you better heads up Dr. J, or she might just blow us out of the sky thinking we're intruders.
My grandmother's security is good, but she doesn't have missile launchers. At least I don't think she does. Huh? Yo, bro, how's it peeling? Hey, back it off, big guy. You're hogging the camera. Tan and I should be popping up on your radar pretty soon now.
Happy to hear it. Now, Jason, you're absolutely certain that no one is following you?
Don't worry, Gran. We know the drill and how important it is to keep Kong Island's location top secret.
We cannot let anything happen to all the amazing creatures hidden here. Sorry to sound like a worried old grandmother, but of course that's exactly what I am.
You're also a Nobel-winning scientist.
Don't sweat it, Doc. No one could catch this baby, even if they wanted to.
Besides, with all your super high-tech radar jamming devices and the island's own mystical magnetic field, no way anyone could find Kong Island.
The scientific world may have shunned me, but I am the real genius here. No one else could have created an undetectable tracking device to overcome Dr. Jenkins' security.
Have you secured the location of Kong Island?
Nice to see you too.
Listen carefully, Ramon. We are not friends. We are not even equal partners. We have simply formed an unholy alliance. I need you to find Kong Island. You need me because you failed miserably every time you tried to capture Kong.
That is not fair.
Save it for someone who cares. Just be very careful that your personal vendetta against the ape that cost you your hand doesn't interfere with my plans for Kong Island. I've come too far and waited far too long. Ever since I was a boy and heard the incredible story of the first Kong. My grandfather led that expedition. He told me about a brilliant young female scientist who was also part of the exploration team, Dr. Jenkins. But she was nearly killed when they were attacked by raptors. Amazement, Kong appeared. The first Kong. As incredible as it seemed, the great savage ape was determined to rescue the damsel in distress. My grandfather said when the battle was over, Kong was badly beaten and weak. So my grandfather ordered his men to launch the nets and capture the beast.
No! Hold it right there! Let's get this monster! Drop the nets!
Young Dr. Jenkins pleaded with my grandfather to release Kong, saying he'd saved her life. All their lives.
Let him go!
Of course he ignored her. She was acting like a sentimental fool, not a scientist. We're getting close now. Ever closer to the realization of a lifelong dream.
Just don't forget, without me, you'd never have found Kong Island.
And without my expert hunting skills, you'd likely lose the other hand. But relax. Kong will not stand a chance. Unlike my grandfather, who was content to simply capture Kong, I have much bigger plans. I will bring all the prehistoric beasts back to New York and put them on display in my zoo.
A living, breathing testament to the greatness of Hunter Stagg III.
Third and greatest.
Be careful you don't underestimate the power of this new ape. Thanks to the genetic link between Kong and Dr. Jenkins' grandson, Jason, this Kong is a far superior creature to the original.
I'm counting on it. What you fail to understand is that it is all about the hunt. And this big game hunter has a lethal surprise for Kong and his so-called brother, Jason Jenkins.
Heads up, Jason. Kong Island, dead ahead.
We have you on radar, dear. Better hurry if you want any of this.
Dr. J's famous banana cream pie.
Head over to Kong. That pie is mine.
Hey, no fair. I still have to land this baby.
Who needs a parachute when you've got Kong? Nice catch, bro. Hey, easy on the snorting, big guy. I already had my shower today. Come on, pal. Move those monster feet of yours before Tan beats us to that banana cream pie. The only way to fly.
Hey, save some pie for me, you big pig. Whoa! On second thought, eat all you want.
Don't worry, boys. I made enough for everyone.
Whoa, hey, come on. Is that any way to treat your little brother?
Thanks. Oh, well, I'll take it any way I can get it. Whoa, hey, what gives? Get this, whatever it is, off me. Nice kitty. Blue, huh?
I told you I had a big surprise. Jason and Tan meet Chandar's cub, Kipling.
Named for your favorite author, no doubt.
Yes, the very first book your grandmother ever gave me, Rudyard Kipling's Jungle Book. But we call this adorable little fellow Kip for short.
Yeah, I'm happy to meet you too, Kip. But could you get off me? Or not?
Hey, this the new Cyberlink unit?
Yes, I just finished the modifications. And I've already retrofitted Kong's earpiece. All I need now is the micro receiver chip I asked you to pick up in the city.
Got it right here.
Hard to believe anyone that can bake a pie this good could create a... What did you call it? A DNA cyberlink? Cooking is science, too.
Yeah, lucky for Jason, his grandmother's a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have his big bro. Ow.
You got that right. It still amazes me to think how it all started. Back when Gran was on the expedition that discovered the original Kong, no one even thought about DNA. But for sentimental and scientific reasons, Gran had secretly kept a strand of Kong's hair. Years later, shortly after I was born and my parents were killed, Gran discovered the key to DNA coding and mapping, so she was ready to create a new Kong. But Gran wanted him to have a better chance at survival, so she added a touch of human DNA. Mine, giving me the most awesome bro a kid could ever dream of.
That's all very true, but Kong's body was growing faster than even I could have imagined. Oh! I knew the only place he would be safe was back on Kong Island. I also knew that the memory of the way home was imprinted in Kong's DNA. And that only this new Kong could lead us there.